Alrighty, are we live? I said, are we live? Are we live in his app? Are we live? I said, are we live? Alright now, I came down to 1080. What's the problem? Came down to 1080, so what's the problem, sir? Why are we not green? You still struggling, even though I made you green. Well, let's get it. We came down from 2K to 1080 now, man. Hey, Chung Lee. All right, let's get it.
Alrighty, everybody. Minister Brother Derek here. I just want to do this real quick. It's 4:39. Let's go ahead and get it. Let's just go ahead and get this. I'm going to drop it for you. Stop looking, listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Jesus put an offer on the table, and everyone out there is now able to come home with God in your heart. You're never alone. If you believe me, you don't need that weed. Give Jesus a hug and put down those drugs. The victory over death is already won. So why are you picking up that gun? If this word is activated and fake, why do you need that alcoholic drink? Because the devil tells you, he rules you, he fools you. But the minister is here to school you. I'm here to preach. I'm here to teach. And it's you I'm trying to reach through this song that I compose. When Jesus comes back, only God knows. Are you ready or are you sitting heavy? Are you ready or are you sitting heavy? You won't be if you follow me. Alright, come on with it now. Oh God, what can I say about thee? You still love us sinners and you offer your grace for free. I'm not worthy, but you still search me out of a life of sin. And with Jesus' help, I know I can win. I love serving my Lord. He opens the door to a relationship with God. This is the only way in. In the name of Jesus, I always pray and I lay myself as a footstool for the lost demons. I know that for me. It's not true to be a believer, but I'm not with my soul in the hands of a deceiver, a wicked devil who brings nothing but trouble. I put my desires on ice and long for reaching paradise. A day with no pain, no stress. You gave me the way, and now I'm blessed. You can test me, and the devil stress me. But baby, hell is one place I don't want to see. So stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Are you ready, or are you sitting heavy? Stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Minister, Brother Derek. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Peace, everyone. Mr. Brother Derek, coming at y'all real. And that's what I did. It's really hard to be a Christian in 2020. Yes, it is. Everybody seems to have a double standard. And we don't get no respect in the world. We are considered weak. We are considered soft. We are considered dumb for believing in the book. But yet,
Let me change this animation.
and you see what the Lord is going to see. We get no credit. So, this is for those who are repeating, who are thinking on the king. Let's get it. Every day I dance before the Lord. So I stay connected to Jesus like an extension cord. I walk about a stripes as long as my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine. Let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide. And if he lets me live another day, I'll continue to come. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derek Show. And I am Minister Brother Derek. I just want to say that I love Jesus. And that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. Can't get enough. I love my Jesus. But people say to keep it real. But here's the deal. If you're not saved, you're missing out. If you're not born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last. When your time comes, it will be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not. You know your soul will go on forever, so you better realize that you need God or you will be surprised by the pain of a flame that never goes out. The pits of hell, where the heat swells up, there's no relief. Not for a moment of peace. The agony and cries never cease. And someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal. Burn, baby, burn. I'm a walking inferno.
Hey, there I am.
But seriously though, this will happen. If Jesus come back and finds you now. See, no one knows the time of day. But if you follow the word, it won't matter anyway. Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear.
My fault, y'all. That is
I
it.
don't fear. What you gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start? Put me on the fast track? So keep macking, keep stacking, keep on shacking up. Don't get caught napping and the jig is up. And I just wanna say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let that devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. If you think that witnessing to your neighbors is weird, think of foreign countries with statues of idols of a hand. Nations of people who don't know God. Only mythical concepts like a Alabama. Most Americans believe in one Lord, one superior being. Christians should be born of souls by the million, but we spend our time fulfilling the desires of our flesh. We won't give Jesus our best effort, but we ask for blessings that we don't deserve. And you wonder why our prayers are not heard. In church, you put down those you really admire. You know you have a desire to make that easy money. Drive the fancy car. You feel like a star. When you enter the bars or clubs, deep down your spirit isn't for all the orders with you. So why should anybody listen to a darn thing you say? I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. Let the Holy Spirit lead us. And one more time. I love you, Jesus. All right, y'all, let's get it. Let's get to the Bible study. The Minister, Brother Derek Show. Let's get it. Welcome to the Sun.
Alrighty, y'all. Welcome. Only says I need an air fryer. That was a mistake of me making them for the first time and that new frying pan. See, I had that old Family Dollar $5 frying pan, and now I got a real frying pan. And the Family Dollar frying pan took forever to get hot. This frying pan get hot quick. You know what I mean? I'm used to putting the grease in the pan, then flour in the chicken, and then putting the pieces in and it still not be warm. By the time I put the chicken in, it's already going. And I think that because it's heating up so fast that my timing is off. I think that my timing is off. You know? And so I got to get the timing right. Instead of maybe not turn the burner on until I got the chicken in there. Because I'm using the tongs and I'm poking holes in the chicken. And the outside is done. But the inside, you know, the inside is still having blood. It's right around the bone. The rest of the chicken is cooked. But it's just that layer around the bone. And you can still see the blood in there. So when I cook tonight, and oh my goodness, let me take something out. Hold on, man. All right, I put it down the bottom. All right, I put it down the bottom. Before I forget, guess what was in the mail today? Guess what was in the mail today? Y'all only see my information, but y'all can look and y'all can see that says MTA, Mobility Administration. I'm sorry, Maryland Transit Administration, MTA, Mobility Service Division. So, I got the letter. Now, if I have to go, yeah, it's a late start. If I have to go to the interview, now because of the CV, they postponing them. But the girl, but y'all know my neighbor, she said that they gave her an appointment. You have to go out there. And so I got to figure out how I'm going to get out there because it's way on the west side. Y'all remember where they had the explosion at last week? Remember the explosion that we had? On the other side of the explosion, I told y'all it was Reisterstown Mall. It's at the top, you know, of Reisterstown Mall. So I'm probably going to have to take a cab over there. I can tell you right now, that cab ride is going to be, woo. That cab ride ain't going to be no joke. I know that's about a $25 cab ride, but we ain't sent it in yet. We ain't got an appointment. We'll worry about that. Maybe it won't be till next month. And hopefully I'll have my first payment from YouTube. They only pay you in the middle of the month. I think it's the 15th to the 21st, and then they don't. We didn't make it in time. We had 120 something, so. But like I said, they ain't no good to the middle of the month. But I'll show you. Let's go to the YouTube studio. So I might be all right on that. If I need some help, I'll let y'all know. Go to analytics. And go to last 365 days. So y'all see we at 125.95. But YouTube still has us at 95. They're not going to update until next month. So, but that's where we at. So we should be good. I should be able to take a cab ride over there. Let's come back. We getting there. Tom Lee said, Echelon says he lost. Well, Echelon, the MTA, Mobility Transit Service. I don't know if you ever seen them big buses and they have the wheelchair lifts on them. And people that got mobility scooters or wheelchairs, they have the lift and they lift you up on the bus, and then they strap you down, and then you call them, you know, you give them 2 or 3 days notice. You call them in advance, and you tell them where you want to go, and you pay the driver $3 and show your card, and they take you where you got to go. So we don't have to worry about getting there. You know, we use a lot of battery power getting there. So I fill this form out Monday or Tuesday. I'm trying to go Monday. We're going to go up to the doctor's, and she fills the rest of it out. And then she sends it in. And then they'll notify me with an appointment. And I go out there, and I gotta go out there looking sad, like, oh Lord. And I'm gonna have the back brace on, and I'm gonna have the knee brace on. And they're gonna, if they approve me, like I said, all we gotta do is just call a couple days in advance and let them know, and then we'll be up there. So when we do that, then I'll be able to, like, say I wanted to go take y'all to the mall. We wanted to go ride around the mall. I'll be able to go show y'all all the stores. Why are we hesitating? We're not doing 2K. I brought it down. I brought it down to 1920. Yeah, we doing 1920 by 1080. So what's the problem? Why are we hesitating? I understand that we were doing 2K. But why are we hesitating? See, we green. I actually dropped down from 2K to 1080. It said we only doing 101. We probably doing 94. But okay, that's why we not doing. But that's the reason that we not doing 2K. All right, I just moved the phone over some. Hold on. All right, now we doing 95, but is it gonna stay there? Is the question. Is the phone gonna stay? Now we ain't jumped to 98. Let me see if I can restart the radio. See what happened. All right, we at 97 right now. All right, hopefully we won't have no issues. Let me go back to the OBS. Yup, it's jumping all over the place. Why it ain't stabilizing? All right, it's stable for the moment. But like I said, we came down because it was only doing 5 megabit up. So that's why, you know, I say, you know, I'm gonna go ahead. We're not gonna ruin the sermon. We already late. So, you know, I'm not gonna go out my way, you know, trying to be all fancy. Let's go to speed test. And all right, we doing. That's good. Now remember, now you can Google this. We on Visible by Verizon. Visible limits you to 5 megabit. They consider USB tethering and Wi-Fi hotspot to be the same, and they limit you to 5 megabit. 5 megabit. So we doing 11 up. I mean, we doing 11 download. That's for when I show you movies and stuff. We got 11 megabits for that, and we doing 8. We only need 4 to do 2K, and we're not doing 2K today. We're only doing 1080. 2K is 1440. 1080 is 1080. So you only need 3.5 megabit. We got 8.7. So, you know, what's the problem? Y'all understand what I'm saying? What is the problem? Y'all see we green. So what seems to be the problem? We've dropped 3% of our frames. What do you mean, what 2K? 2K is 1440 by 2580. Now, like I said, you know, we the only people that stream in 2K, but I let it down. Because I didn't want it to mess the sermon up. We was doing a regular show, and if we gonna do it, we do it in 2K and it freeze. I really don't care. We do it in 2K, but we doing a sermon. Look at that, y'all. Somebody tried to open the envelope up. Why somebody trying to open up the envelope? Anyway, I'm gonna fill it out. I got all day tomorrow to fill it out. The difference is the picture quality, but you have to have a TV or monitor or phone screen that can handle it. Meaning that, like, I ain't even logged into the phone yet. If you, like this phone right here, this phone only has a 720 screen. So it can't go higher than 720. But let's log in. Refresh. There we are right there. We're logging in. As y'all can see, there we are. Now, if you go to the dots, the little dots in the corner, oops, and you hit them, you'll see right here it says quality. Now you see it's on 360, right? If I go into quality, now you can see it goes up. Let me pull up the OBS so I can see what I'm showing y'all. So y'all can understand what I'm talking about. Do y'all see that? The highest it can go is 720. That's the highest it can go. Now YouTube automatically put us on 360, but I can click 720 and now the phone is in 720p. 720p is standard definition. It's like the all right, you know, the all right. If you do 480 or less, that's trash. 480, 360, what is it? 240, 144. That's like 1980 flip phone. Remember when you used to try and go on the internet and you had to like wait 5 minutes for a page to load? That's that kind of quality. But we're doing 1920 by 1080. We usually stream at 2K, but I saw that we supposed to be getting, yesterday we had 93, 92, 91, and we can't do better than 97 decibels. You want anything under 80 is good. But right now we're doing 97, 98. So I realized, okay, you gotta downgrade, even if you don't want to. You gotta just make the sacrifice, and that's what I did. I made the sacrifice. But there is a difference. But the difference is how many pixels is loaded into the screen. That's the difference. How many pixels is loaded into the screen? The more pixels you have, the better your picture. The taller it is, the more you can fit in there. I fit a lot in my screen. Before I blanked the computer, think of what I had before. I had 3 images where I'm at. Then above me, I had 5 images. I had the credentials on each side. I had a picture of me holding the belt. I had a picture of me in the full Egyptian king gear. And then we had the chat going over top of it. And that's just this one side. That's a lot to have shoved in your screen. Now, some of y'all will watch, like, I don't want to use his name, but Vic Damone. Y'all notice that he'll have images on the screen right? And he'll have the chat on the screen. He does the same thing. But he streams at 720. But we stream normally at 2K. If y'all want me to stop the show, I can stop the show. We can go do 2K. That's not a problem. But I saw that we wasn't doing 4 bars. And we normally are at 91, 92. You know, it got us at 98 at 3 bars. So I said, you know, do the right thing. This is the sermon, do the right thing. Now, we were doing just BSing, I'd be like, whatever. I wouldn't care if, you know, if it froze every once in a while. She was streaming in 2K. Can't nobody say nothing to us. You know? Like I said, it's not a big deal. Because most of y'all don't have a 2K TV. But if you have an old TV, it's going to look good on your old TV because of the quality that we push out. So even if you got an old raggedy phone or old raggedy tablet, we still going to look good on it. We always have a good screen. You know, we show our videos and, you know, we go do articles and we read them. And I want you to read with me. Like, you shouldn't have to go and get a Bible. You should be able to follow me on the screen. And you should be able to read along with me. So like I said, I did the right thing when I saw, because, you know, I could have been a jack off and just say, hey, I'm streaming in 2K. Nobody else is doing it. We're going to keep doing it no matter what. If it freezes, it just freezes. But we actually did the right thing. We came down. And for us still to be freezing, that's not right. That's all I'm saying. We came down. You know? Echelon says, Chun-Li says, I have a 4K TV, but she on the laptop. Well, I can tell you that it's really a waste to stream in 2K because most people don't have 2K TVs. Like my TV right here is 1080. That's the highest it can go. But when I play something that's 2K, I see the difference. I play something that's 4K, I see the difference. But most people don't have the quality. And most people stream at 720. That's standard HD. Y'all are used to that. Remember, DVDs are 480. They call that DVD quality 480. And I can't stand 480 because 480 doesn't fill a screen up. And if you watch anything in 480 on YouTube, you'll notice that it has black bars on the side. I can't stand that. I want you to see the whole screen. I want y'all to see everything. I'm showing you something. I want you to be able to see it. And if I don't know if y'all noticed, but I'm looking funny. It's because of the shirt. Y'all like it? This is actually a polo by Ralph Lauren dress shirt. Only thing I don't like about it is it don't have a pony on it, on the chest. That's the only thing I don't like about it. But I'm noticing that the stripes is going against the webcam. And if I had it cammed up beforehand, I would have noticed it. But because I didn't cam up, I didn't notice it. But I hope that the stripes don't mess y'all up. Because it's a shirt that's doing it. But I think it's kind of cool. You don't want nobody to get dizzy. Chun-Li says, right, BD, we here for you, and nice shirt. So, alrighty, y'all. Our topic today is, why does God allow us to suffer? it seems like the people that do evil, they seem to have the easiest life. How is that? How is it that people that do wrong seem to have it easy? This is what our topic is today. Why is it that people that do wrong seem to have the most fun? Why is it that, as y'all know, that we studying the Gospel of Luke right now, and we're studying it to see how Jesus carried himself. We're supposed to mock Jesus. We're supposed to act like he acted. And that's why we study in the gospel. Because I want you to see how he carried himself. That's how you supposed to carry yourself. But why is it that when you carry yourself that way, it seems like you struggle all the time? But the people that's going out there being all willy-nilly, people out there fornicating, out there getting high, getting drunk, doing all kinds of things. How come they seem to live better than those of us that refrain from those things? Echelon says, Charlie said they'll get in the end. Echelon said it's in his divine plan. Don't question it. Remember last night conversation. I remember the conversation from last night, and I appreciated your feedback, because normally y'all just listen and don't say anything. So I appreciated the feedback. And it was sad that we only got 53 views on that video, but it is what it is. Now, if I hadn't labeled it religious, we would have got more views. But because I labeled it religious, and we had so much other stuff in there, we covered so many topics. The news, CV, we covered so many topics. You know, the officer shooting Blake 7 times in the back. The people missed that because they saw religion and they kept going. You know, Echelon says, not me, I'm always talking. Well, come on by and hang out. Because I like to do a part of the show where we actually look at raw scriptures. We just Google whatever we're talking about, and we just pick scriptures on that topic, and we just dissect them. And I like to see y'all try to dissect them. I don't expect nobody to memorize the Bible. Because most of the people that memorize the Bible, they just memorize it. Just like when you take a test. The teacher got you focusing on one thing for the week, and then you get a test at the end of it. Then next week you come back and you do something else. Well, at the end of the year, if she give you a big exam over everything, you're going to be like, what the heck? Oh, man, we did this back in December. Now it's May. Oh, man. You're going to have to do a refresher course because you're not going to remember everything. So I love when somebody says, I read the Bible 5 times. I know it by heart. And then you ask them something, and they can read it to you, but you're like, what that mean? They go, I don't know, but I can read it to you. Give me somebody that can look at the scripture and can break it down and tell me how it would affect my life and what I'm doing. Don't just read it to me. I can read it. What are you here for? If all you can do is read, I can read it, but I don't know what I'm reading. That's why I'm asking you. You're supposed to be the teacher. You can't tell me what it is? I've literally been in real church. Oh, Lord. Tony coming in. I have a link to put to bed that Jesus, son of Mary, is not on the same level as God the Almighty. Well, we talking about suffering right now. Does anybody want to look at Tony's link? I was talking to Chung Lee and she said, she's good. All right, Tony said he researched all day. All right, Tony, drop the link. All right, y'all. This is from Tony. While he doing that, our topic today is suffering. Why does it seem? Because a lot of the youth leave the church when they get old enough. Why do they leave the church? Because the church doesn't let them do what they want to do. They see their friends out at the club freaking on each other. They want to go do that. You know? They see their friends staying out all night. You got to be in the house at 10 o'clock. They get to go to crazy parties with drinking and weed. You can't go. So they say, hey, I ain't with this. I want to be seen. Then they go out there and they do all that mess and then they find out, wait a minute, this ain't what I thought it was going to be. They made it seem like it's fun. But by that time, a lot of them are too ashamed to come back. A lot of them think they're not worthy to come back. They don't realize that it's never too late. And nobody is telling them that. And now they're in a lifestyle where they're messing with the weed. And for some people, weed leaves you to heroin, meth, or crack. But they'll tell you ain't nothing wrong with smoking weed. And if you can go to work, come home, take care of your business, take care of your children, turn the TV on, and spark you up a joint, that's your business. If you like to drink and you can handle all your business and you come home and kick your heels up and you want a little drinky drink, that's fine. You know, but if you have left the church at a young age and you've gone out into the world and you find the world isn't what you thought it was, because at the family gatherings, the people that you make fun of at the family gatherings, they stable. They haven't gone bungee jumping. They haven't gone surfing, cowabunga, dude. And you look at them and you go, oh, you don't do nothing. They haven't been to the club. They ain't been at the table with the drink. Table just roped off. And you say, oh, hey, boring. But they the ones that had the most trouble. They say that we are missing out. But we not getting locked up. We not dodging bullets. We not going to the doctor for venereal diseases. The cops don't know our names. Our mug shots is not down there at the police station. But they say that we missing out. I'm just saying to you. They'll tell you, you missing out. You only live once. Well, why don't you come on down here and hang with us? You know? You only get to live once, and you living like a daggone mouse, daggone church mouse. Why don't you come on out here and hang with us? We be out here all night. Why don't you come hang with us? Ain't nothing gonna happen to you. You might get into a fight. You be all right. Somebody might pull a gun out, but you be all right. Might get shot in the leg, you be all right. Why don't you come on and start some trouble? Look at you driving your little Honda Civic. Why don't you get a hoopty and put some rims on it and put the hydraulics on it so you can be going up and down the road like this, hey, showing off, hey, look at me, hey, with the music playing. And here's the thing. There are people who are in the church, or you don't have to go to church to be a follower of Jesus Christ. But there are some that look up to them people. There are some people that tell you, like I can tell you, I was surprised to be invited over somebody's house. And they had the record collection. And these people talk about Michael Jackson and talk about how he messed with the little boys. And they got every Michael Jackson album, all his CDs. They talk about, oh, Kelly ain't no good. They had all his CDs. I found something I couldn't believe. He actually had one of my CDs in his collection. I thought you hated my music. He's like, when I'm around the boys, yeah, I hate your music. But when I go home, I listen to it. There's people in Baltimore City that actually like my music and won't admit it. Why do you have to hide what you like? But then run for a second. You in your own household have to hide what you like. You like Michael Jackson. Billie Jean is not my lover. And you sitting there in the house. Yeah, and then when the boy ain't my son. Knock on the door. Oh, I'm turning it off. Hey man, put it on. Doom, jigga, doom, digga, doom, digga, doom. I'm gonna kill you. Then I'm gonna slay you. I'm gonna hurt you real bad. Hey, how you doing? Come on in. Why is it that we do that? It's because we are afraid of what other people think about us. If you play some old school around a bunch of young folk, they'll tell you, turn that mess off. You're like, no, you don't turn your mess on. You know, a lot of old people, you know, I came up with the gospel rap, but I don't call myself a rapper. I can't sing. Oh, baby, hey, no, no. I can't sing. But I could write poetry. And growing up in the 70s, a little short 4-eyed nerd, before I learned how to fight, I fought with my lips. And I would take that poetry, right? I would take the poetry and I would put insults in it. And I was doing that since I was young. I already told y'all, if y'all ever watch Good Times, we had the same people. We had the same number of people in our household that they had. And I'm telling you, JJ, Thelma, Mr. Miguel, James, Florida, and you too, Alona. They wouldn't last 5 minutes in my house. We'd tear them to pieces. They wouldn't last 5 minutes. They'd be in the closet with the mothballs and there with the moths shaking. It was so bad, I hated to bring somebody over my house. My mother would break out the worst pictures of you. And then we had the first cable in Baltimore. It was called United Artists TV. It was just one channel. But then they stepped it up. And they came out with the Learning Channel, TLC. Y'all don't know TLC. You need to see the old TLC. Where they showed people being birthed and gross stuff like that. My mother would throw that on the TV. You bring people over the house. What the heck your mom got on that TV? What the somebody, it's a baby coming out with that. My mother would throw on the faces of death. And have people running out my house. They are running. What the hell is that? Oh my God. We ain't coming back over here no more. I'm sorry, bro, Dad. We ain't coming over here no more. So I would meet people somewhere, or I would go over their house. They came over my house, boy. If you came over my house and you had your shoestrings untied, somebody jump on you. If you came over my house and you had the old shoes on, somebody would jump on you. You missing a button on your shirt, somebody would jump on you. It was called playing the dozens. And Lord knows if something was wrong with somebody in your family and somebody in my household knew about it, oh man. Now, it wasn't no TLC, but she would throw the video on. I showed my mother how to use the VCR. Remember you had the beta, then you had the VHS, then we got the DVD, the Blu-rays. I never got into the Blu-rays. There was no way to record on the Blu-ray. I mean, I used to sell bootleg DVDs. I'm just glad I didn't get caught. I think, was it Freddie Graves? Wasn't one of the guys selling bootleg DVDs and bootleg CDs that got killed by the cops? I know one guy was selling loose cigarettes, and the other one was selling bootleg DVDs and videos. Y'all seen the guys? Come on, I got the bootleg DVD. Come on, 3 for $10. Come on, 3 for $10. Yeah, well, the police will beat you up for that now. It ain't like it wasn't, in the old days, you can get away with it. Y'all know when they came out with the R. Kelly with the little girl, man, I made some money selling that. I found a copy on the internet, burnt it on some DVDs, and I charged $3, and people would buy it. Especially the men. The women buy it too. Tony said Michael Brown. That was the name. All right. Yeah, you can get the movies. Y'all know it's 3 websites you can get the movies off of for free. We got the 2 websites. Y'all just don't want to come over there. You can go over there and watch everything. But I just can't understand why people will go to somebody's website to hear them talk about another YouTuber. I don't understand that. You can go and watch the YouTuber for yourself. Why you gotta go to a site that's not on YouTube to watch and talk about a YouTuber? I never understood that. Echelon said that tape had 2 underage girls. Well, I didn't know it at the time. I didn't know nobody know R. Kelly. All I know is that his songs and what was the other guy? R. Kelly and Keith Sweat. The ladies would ask you to play that. If you wanted to get some, you had to have that playing. And you was you was good to go. All you needed was drink If they had some weed, you give them some money, tell them to go get it. I ain't gonna get it. And when you come back with it, don't tell me you got it until I see you spark it, because I'll be shitting and I'll be nervous the whole way home. You had to get that daggone crash. Oh, that caught right there. Oh no, dude, don't bring that stuff around me. You ain't getting me locked up for something stupid. Have me sitting downtown. Like I don't even smoke, man. Well, you had it. Well, test me. I ain't, the weed stay in your hair follicles for like 6 months. So test me. That's what I would say. Test me. Before you even put the handcuffs on me. You can take me down to the station, but I want to test. And I don't want to be handcuffed, and I don't want to be treated like a damn criminal. I don't smoke that crap. And I don't sell it. Prove it. Now in Baltimore, if you got, long as you don't have, I think it's like 10 ounces. I might not be right. It might be 5 ounces. I know it's a certain amount of ounces you gotta have. Or they just give you a ticket, and you gotta just show up to court. You pay a little fine, and most of the time they get dismissed. But back then, they lock you up. You had some weed, so it made me real know. Yeah, why you gotta smoke that stuff? Why you can't come hang out with me? Then I give you the money, and you go buy it, and you go home and smoke it or whatever you gotta do. Why you gotta, why do you have to? You said it's crack still around. You didn't see the live stream when I was coming down the hill, and the guy came, yelled at me, hey. And I was like, it's actually somebody outside. Because remember that we had the 8 o'clock curfew, and it was still light out, and the dude was sitting out there, and he was like, hey, you need something? Hey, I got something, you need something? I was like, no, man, I'm good. Y'all remember that? They still out there selling. They still gonna make that money. Don't get that twisted. They gonna make that money. Tony said, I was worried about you than BD. Yeah. Tony says, hell yeah, BD, not as popular as dope though. Well, I stayed away from all that mess. And I can honestly tell you, a lady friend of mine on my 32nd birthday, I want y'all to remember that now. Actually, I was 32 turning 33. So I went 33 years without touching liquor. The girl has spiked my punch. To this day, I don't know what it is. But I remember we had sex, and I woke up the next day, and my front door was wide open. Luckily, nobody killed me. I'm dead serious. Luckily, nobody killed me. I'm laying in there butt naked. She woke up and went to work. Why she left my door open, I don't know. But she had lived a couple blocks over. And she went home to get ready for work. And just left me. She sat there and said, you ain't supposed to get birthday, and you sat there and went to sleep. I said, what the heck did you give me? And I don't know what that drink was called. Rennie, I don't know what the hell it was called. But I know one thing. It let me know I don't need that. I don't need that. And I hadn't tried weed until maybe 2015. Now my lady friend at the time, I would give her the money to go get it. And so by the time I went to pick her up, she already had it. I didn't know where it was. I didn't know about it, so I could pretend I didn't see it. And one day she said, why don't you try it? Man, I didn't like it. I tried it. It was my day off. I tried it, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Whew. And he said, tell her to bring you back a Snapple. Tony said at least she could have shut the door. Tony says, JD, you think I would scare her off? I bring up the whole dressing Molly thing. She's a big girl. Eslam says, right, Sean. Tony says, well, more big bone, not obese or like that. If you like her, Tony, why does it matter what size she is? If you like a woman, what does it matter what size she is? What's her character? That's what's important. I'd rather have a 400-pound good woman than to have a skinny woman. I don't know what the hell she is and who she been with and what she doing while I'm not there. I'm just being honest. And like I said, when you got them skinny girls, make me nervous though. I be wondering, are they smoking crack? Why you so damn skinny? I just being honest. I'm just being honest. But like I said, I found myself saying and doing the stupidest stuff. And the girl was entertained. And I'm like, people are sick. I didn't like it. You couldn't control yourself. I'm a Leo. Leos are leaders. We need to be in control. You understand what I'm saying? You have to be in control. But you sitting there going, hey, that's fun? How's that fun when you can't control your own body? Is real life that hard that you have to take yourself out of reality just to get by? Seriously, I'm asking y'all, is life that hard? This relates to our topic because why is it that to stay on the straight and narrow, it make you seem that you, Tony says she's in control like Janet Jackson. Tony says she would love to come on my adventures to Africa once this corona thing goes away. Eslam says, you go, girl, Chun. Eslam says, yeah, Tony. So let's get to our first topic. Wait a minute. Did I keep it or did I send it to Chung Lee? Wait a minute. I think I sent him to Chung Lee. Hold on, y'all. We got to pull up Chung Lee. Where did I put it? I went too far back. Hold on a second. All right. All right. I showed that to Chun Li. That's why I said we already discussed that. Wait a minute. Where is the other link? I thought I sent her. Okay, here's the first one. All right, y'all. Here's our first link. Let me see y'all can see it. Yeah, you can see it. Let's blow it up. So everybody can see it on that screen. All right. What does the Bible say about suffering? Responses to sufferings are deeply personal. Hey, man. Hey. and evoke strong emotions. But the Bible offers examples that reveal not only the mystery of human suffering, but God's eternal perspective. The problem of suffering is challenging, and people often wonder how a kind, loving God could allow suffering. Responses to suffering are deeply personal and evoke strong emotions. But the Bible offers examples that reveal not only the mystery of human suffering, but God's eternal perspective. Let's look at 10 things the Bible says about suffering and how we should respond so that our faith can be rebuilt. 1. Suffering has many faces. Christians can experience many troubles, mental, physical, emotional, or spiritual suffering. Psalms 34:19. All Christians have or will suffer. John 16:33, Acts 14:22. The Apostle Paul experienced various phases of suffering. 2 Corinthians 4:8-10. Let's take a look at some of these. Let's take a look at Psalms. The righteous person may have many troubles, but the Lord delivers him from them all. The righteous person may have many troubles, but the Lord delivers him from them all. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. I don't think we need to break that down. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Let's go to John 16:33. I have told you these things, so that in me you may have peace. In this world you will have trouble, but take heart. I have overcome the world. Would anybody like to take a stab at that scripture? Let me pull the chat up. Would anybody like to take a stab at that scripture? Okay, when he say JD, Tony referring to Echelon. I wonder who you was talking to. Tony says, tell you. I've told you these things, so that in me you may have peace. In this world you will have trouble, but take heart. I have overcome the world. What Jesus is saying, I'm telling you, because you following me, you are an enemy to the demonic people of this world. You are an enemy to the devil. He wants you to join in with everybody else. But when you separate yourself from his control, he works harder to bring you down. Something always gonna happen. It don't matter what you doing, something gonna happen out the blue. Ain't nothing you can do about it except just ride it out and know that in the end, it's gonna work out for you. Because Jesus has already overcome the world. But how you deal with the suffering determines whether or not you get to leave this world and go to the other. Sometimes suffering is what I said at the beginning. It feels like you missing out. Everybody else is having fun. They talking about they done this and done that. And you know that's not what Jesus wants you to do. And some people think that they suffering. You're not suffering. You're actually missing out on that stuff, but you're missing out on the pain. But these people that's out there doing that stuff, when they get in trouble, they come to you because you the rock. Don't think of it as suffering. Think of it this way. People see you stable. Well, they out there up and down, up and down, up and down, in jail, out of jail, up and down, on the street, off the street, up and down. You stable. You focused. Even though you're not getting seen like they are, they're going to get tired of going up and down, up and down, up and down. They see you straight. When they come see you, you okay. They not okay. You okay. And one day they're going to say, I want to be like you. So don't think that you're suffering because you're missing out. You actually are missing out on that pain. And they're going to come to you. And they're going to say, you don't seem to have these problems. Everybody else is out here bouncing around. When they need to get bailed out of jail, they're going to call you. When they get into a situation they can't get out of, they're going to call you. So technically, you're better than they are. Because they need to come to you. If you're doing something well and they come mess with you and try and knock you down, that's an admission that you better than them. If you ain't better than them, why they gotta take the time to come over here and worry about what you're doing? You might see that as suffering. Why I gotta suffer? They ain't knock my channel down. I ain't doing nothing but nothing good. All these trolls are coming over here, messing with me. There's a reason why they messing with you. They can't do what you do. They cannot do what you do. So they're jealous. If you're on the right path and you don't have all these problems that they have, when you see them, they all right 1 minute, next minute they're not. They all right this minute, they're not. They up and down, and you steady. They don't understand. Why is he steady? Why is he always smiling? Why even when we do bad things to him, he just keep rolling on. He don't get knocked off his perch. We all up and down and all nearly everywhere. There's a reason for that. Because in the end, you're going to be all right. They not. You can be seen on earth and be seen by these people and get high fives and pats on the backs and yeah, we rocking it and all of that. But at the end, like Young Lee said earlier, in the end, where you going to be at? On a slow burn in baby hell. So you take these little sufferings, because they little suffering. You got 80 years on this earth. The majority of us ain't gonna make 80, but you got 80 years on this earth. What's 80 years versus thousands of years being on slow burn? That's how you gotta look at it. No matter how bad things may seem, there's a way. And God is going to find a way. He's going to send somebody to you. And they're going to help you when you need it. So don't let the little suffering knock you off your post. Keep the faith. Keep Jesus in your heart. You know, y'all know the mechanic. Y'all know the mechanic. His family has a lot of money. But since I've known him, he been up and down. He got the tow truck and he making money off of that. You know? The mechanic who parties we used to go to. My neighbor Tony. He actually helped me put the mirrors on the scooter the other day, if y'all remember. But he's up and down. That day that I had the flat, I had called him and asked him could he come pick me up. He didn't have any money for gas. I told him I had $5. Gas station right up the street. He said he didn't have enough gas to come up there. But that was last year. Now he got a tow truck sitting out there and he going around doing repos and picking up cars. So he was down, now he up. Next year he might be down again. No. Lee, I called the people and they said that the scooter is at 80%. And they said they could send somebody out. I don't know what it would cost, but they could send somebody out with that little machine. It's called the SIP machine. I need to Google it and see how much it costs. I control it my daggone self. But you go to the back of the scooter and it's a white wire and you connect it to that white wire. And then you come up to the front and you turn it on and then you scan through it and you find the speed. Find the speed and then you take it up to 100. But he said it would only take me to 5 or he said it's already at 80%. They come out the factory at 80%. So if he does that, he'll take it to 100. But I might only get another mile or two faster. So is that worth it? Is that worth it to go a mile or two faster? I'll see how much it costs. I'll call Monday morning and ask them how much. I'll ask them how much it is to have somebody come out here. I don't know if y'all noticed it. Maybe because it's not in y'all city, but on YouTube, y'all see that commercial that keep catching me about the fat lady, the fat black lady that's in the power chair. We'll come out there and we'll hook up your scooter or power chair. And I called them people. I sat on hold for 30 minutes and they hung up on me. I was going to ask them how much to just come and take the limiter up. You know, see how much that was. So I'm still. But like I said, if they ever come on with this stimulus, you know, I would go ahead and get the extended range battery. That's why I said everything. There's a reason why we ain't got it yet, and I'm not mad because there's a reason we haven't got it yet because Jesus got something ready. And so if I can get the MTA thing going, then that's not as much an issue anymore. Because I'll be able to take the bus where I got to go. And then I got all the energy to ride around. So, but we can still get the battery extender. And if we get it up to 5, we can get it to 6 miles per hour, you know, and we go ahead and we get the bike fixed, then I'll have my 2 vehicles, you know. Tony says we need a more powerful battery. Well, like I said, I called Golden Technologies, the people that make the scooter, and they gave me the number to somebody, and that person said 330. And I called the place where I got it from here locally, and they told me 365. I'm like, really? No, I'm not saying Jesus ain't do. What I'm saying is that I'm ready to do something, but it's not happening. And why is that? Because there's something that I'm not seeing. There's a solution that I'm not seeing that Jesus and God see. See, the problem is we want stuff now, but there's something better. There's something better. Tony says, we can find a cheaper one. Well, actually, I can find it online. I have found some online. I'll keep looking. Because I realize you have to buy. I thought they were the same size. I thought I could use the same battery case. But they say that those batteries are bigger and they won't fit in the case. So I'm going to have to find somebody that's going to have everything enclosed. And so that battery case is $100 and something by itself, just the case. But like I said, I know I found the batteries, the set. If I get the same, they're not that expensive. If I get the same old 12 amp, but we looking to get the 22 amp. We looking to get the 22 amp. Echelon says, wait on No Man Derek. Provide for yourself. She said we can hook up a car battery. No, it ain't that hard, Chung Lee. It just ain't it? Let me back out of here first. Back out of this. All right. So up here. Let's go buzz around. Hold on. Buzz around. XL. I wish we had the LX. Buzz around. Oh, it's already right there. Buzz around the 3-wheel. That's just the box. That's the box again. The box again. Let's do this. I know I saw the 22 mile. Let's type in 22R battery. 22R. Think that the batteries with box. Batteries with box. All right, let's see what pops up. Hey. Go. Not 2R. I said 22. Why'd you do 2? 22. And go. Let's try it again. That's just the battery box. Battery pack, 22R for buzz around. XL. Oh Lord, that's a 418. You keep moving. Okay, that's the batteries. That's a 12-watt 22. Battery charging dock. That's what I got now. What are these? We got the GB 117. That's a 12 amp. Box. That's a 106. All right, GB. It's still 12i. GB 17, but that's just what we got now. Ain't no how. Battery kit fits buzz around. It doesn't say That's a 16. We got the 17. I don't know if that'll fit. Mighty Max battery, 22 44 for 1. Battery pack, Buzz Around XL. That's still 12 amp. They want 300. Jesus. That's just the regular. What we got? Ain't nothing special about that. 24 pack. I can't see what the amp is. That thing in the way. 12 amp. That's the regular. 12 amp. That ain't no good. That's a 22i. That's a Walmart, so battery, golden pack, setup 2. That's 35R. I don't know if it'll fit. 12-hour battery tray. 12-hour again. See, that's gonna be the problem. All right, let's scroll up and see. That's a 12 amp. Mighty Max battery. 12 amp. $22 Buzz Around XL. 418. Jesus. Standard battery box. It will not accept. It will not accept the larger 18i or 22i. Okay. Golden. That's a 4-wheel. Heavy duty 3-wheel. That's the scooter. Battery pack. 2 12i. I think they just selling the scooter, but let me see if they just sell the battery. Now we just want the battery. When we get the battery. What the heck? I hate when they do that. Taking over your computer. I don't see nothing but the battery. Back out. This is something you need to do on your own. I don't want to hold y'all up. It's 15 battery. That ain't much better than we got. We got 12 hour. 90 battery, 12 volt. That's just a box. All right, we're gonna have to look into that. We're gonna have to look into that. Lee says, "Give me the size, and I will look it up." All right. It's the oops. The number GB117. GB117. That's the model. And we're looking for 12 volt. We're looking for 12 volt. 22 amp or R. 22R or amp. Or amp. Dial batteries. Cell battery with box. All right, Chung Lee. That's the model, the number of it, and then I got the batteries. It take two 12-volt. We're looking for two 12-volt, 22R or 22 amps or 22A. And you want both batteries in the box. What's nice about that is that you just sit the box on the deck. You just sit it there. And then you put the chair on top of it. You know, you connect the wheels, you put the battery, it just slides out. It's heavy as hell, but it slides out. So, like I say, I got it over there charging right now. But we're gonna get a bigger battery. It's gonna be double the size. Don Lee says, wait, we will custom paint the haters too. He said, I'll go to batteries plus. We'll talk on the back end. Okay. What's my condition? Where do you want me to start at? Seriously. Double heart failure. 2 stents in my heart to keep the valves open. Because of the double heart failure, my body does not push the fluid through my body, so it backs up. I have to take pills to urinate the fluid out to help my heart out. I have a pacemaker because if I get too riled up, my heart will just stop. And we need the pacemaker to jolt it back to life. Then I got high blood pressure, which I was really surprised at the doctors. Y'all heard me, those of y'all that came with me. When she said 120, man, I remember when I could get up to 200. She said 220. And I was still amped up about trying to hurry up and get there. I thought she was going to say like 170 over something. She said 120. I literally almost fell out. Like, what? 120? That's almost normal. Like, yay. I think 110 is normal. But 120, that's good. See, the medicine doing something. Also, I got type 2 diabetes. And I got a bad back, and I got a bad left knee. I really don't want to have the surgery, but I probably would need, you know, the people that run, they had to have the cartilage done in their knee. I think when I was training for the police force, I think I damaged the cartilage in my left knee. When I go up and down the steps, that's when the knee flare up. But flare up or not, I'll still shove it in somebody's mouth. But what's my height and weight? 5'7", 285 pounds. I don't think I'm that right now. I haven't got on a scale in a minute, but I found out that that scale is off. I told the lady, she said, you 280 something. I said, I weighed myself before I came. I was 275. She said, no, you're scale off. But then I didn't have on all that stuff. Not to mention the phones in my pocket and 2 sets of keys, heavy wallet, and so 2 shoes on. So I need to weigh myself with everything I come out of the house equipped with. Y'all don't realize it. When you are a YouTuber, y'all don't realize that when you're a YouTuber, you carry around a lot of stuff. And y'all don't realize it, because all y'all just see is the show. If y'all would see me, I actually, the last video, the 360-degree live I showed you, I set up the camera, and then I had been outside 15 minutes just setting up the 360-degree camera and putting the phone and making sure I had the power banks in and everything plugged up. And we hadn't even got to the mobile live yet. And then we had to set up the mobile live. And y'all don't realize the stuff that go behind the scenes. You know, y'all just turn the TV on. Go on Google and put in my height and weight. Go Echelon. That's why we're gonna get the bike fixed. That's why we're gonna get the bike fixed. Because when I was riding the bike, when I was going back and forth, my weight was lower. Because I was pedaling to get up the hills. You know, I'm actually I know I picked up 25 pounds, and then I lost some of it. I've been trying to walk around and do as much walking as I can. I lost some of it back, but the goal was to get down to the weight limit of the bike. The weight limit on the bike is 242. So the goal was to get down to 242 and reach the weight limit of the bike. That was the goal. But then we got the flat, and so I just been riding the scooter. And so, you know, when I had the bike, I mean, to come out the house and head up to the market, I'm going up the mountain. You get a workout before you even, you know what I'm saying? You get a workout before you even get to get anywhere. As soon as you come out, you got to start pedaling. There ain't no, you know, the scooter you ride, but the bike, you got to pedal. And like I said, by me actually being over the limit, you got to pedal even harder. So it kept me in shape. You know? Yeah, 275, it kept me in shape. But like I said, when I'm going up those 2 steep hills, and y'all know what I'm talking about because y'all been with me, you hear the motor in the scooter going, ah. Well, guess what? The bike was going, ah, too. And I was pumping it, making it get up there. The bike was going, ah, too. But the fact that the scooter handles it, you know, you hear it going, ah, but it's doing it, you know. That's how. You say I should record a behind the scenes video? Now, I'm actually going to do the right thing. I'm going to take the bike back up there. But if it is damage to the rim, I'm not going to fix it. I'm going to get another bike because the motor is in that rim, and that motor is going to cost as much as another bike. And the people, I keep calling them, and they keep asking me, where did I buy it? I need a copy of the receipt. And I'm like, you know, I bought this from some people. You understand what I'm saying? They keep asking me all this registrations, and I just want to know, can I buy another wheel and motor if I need to? But like I said, if it costs $300 to get another motor and wheel, I paid $300 for the bike. I think the bike is on sale right now, brand new, again for $300 and something. Why the heck would I pay $300 for one piece? I might as well go ahead and get the one I should have got in the beginning. Yeah, I'm going to use the scooter. It's good for going to the market. You can put your bags on the side of it. Shoot, that bike, I had this stuff in the backpack. It was killing my back. Having all that stuff in the backpack. But like I said, it was keeping me in shape. That's why I said, you know, I'll be honest with you. I like the scooter is fine if it just went faster and farther. That was so. If we ever do get the stimulus, I might just go ahead and just get the battery done and get them to just take it up. They can get it to 6 miles per hour. I mean, because it's okay right now. I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, you know, the 4 is okay, but you know, but we can get it to 6, you know. I might, you know, be all right. We can get to 6. I might be if it be 5 or 6, but I mean, it ain't much. Naya says Trump sucks, and Echelon says, "Where's my stimulus, Trump?" No, but I want to show y'all something because I should have got this bike, and they have a 7 out right now. But if I get the newer version, let's go to swagtron.com. Let's go there. But that's what we have. We have the EV. We have the first Swagtron bike, and you know we only paid $300 for it. But now, you know, it's the same. Yeah, there we go. Now, brand new, it's $349. We paid $300, and we spent $30 each way in a cab to go meet the people and to bring it back. So we spent about $380 altogether. So they got it brand new now. It came down. It's $349. So, but if I was gonna buy a new one, I wouldn't buy that one. Where is it? The EB5 is now, this is what I should have bought. But it was the first, this is the Pro. It's another version of the EB5. Why is it not showing up? It's another version of the EB5. Why it ain't showing up? So that's 8 and that's 1,000. Like I said, that's 500, but the EB7 is $599, and the EB7 Plus is $699. That's $699, and those are too big. I like the fat tires on that bike though. I ain't gonna front. I like them fat tires. But I like this because the battery is inside the frame. That's what I like. The batteries in these are inside the frame. So you can slide it out, take it with you, just tie the bike up. Slide it up, you know. And like I say, the one I got now, the battery's in that box that nobody can get open. But I could get a brand new one for $349. I mean, shoot, I paid $300 for that one. You'll probably find cheaper on eBay. But I gotta say, I like the fat tires on that bike. Yeah, I ain't gonna front. I like the fat tires on that bike. But what I don't understand is how the weight limit. The weight limit on my bike right here is 242 pounds. But the weight limit on the swag cycles is 300. Somebody explain that. A little rinky dink thing. The weight limit is 300 on that. And the weight limit is 265 on these. I believe it's 265 on all of these. So the EB5, that's the Pro Plus. That's $499. And the EB7 is $499. So what's the difference between that EB7 and these EB7s? Y'all know they all the same. They're all EB7s. They're different names. I would have to find out what the difference is, but for the exercise, if I exercise on my own, I don't need it to get it what you call. I ain't gonna lie. Hold on, what happened? Tony says, I will get the battery if it's not too much at Minister Bubba Dark. Echelon says, go. Well, thank you, Chun Lee. Echelon said, Chun, I need a bus pass. Donate $40. Naya says, laugh out loud, Telly. Naya said, I didn't say it. Chun Lee says, I would to beat it. Naya says, be right back. Echelon said, laugh out loud. I'm good, Chun. Do that for Dark. You said this right. Chun Lee says, I will if I can. Chun Lee says, can't do the new bike, but battery maybe. Echelon says, hey, Chung. Jeanette came out tonight. Who? I don't even know what Jeanette is. I'm serious. But yeah, okay. I'll shop around and try to find the cheapest price on the battery. I will shop around. Echelon said the movie with Denzel Washington's son. John Lee said question mark. What's the question mark? All right, Chun Lee said she'll look too. Matter of fact, let me send it to you on the Hangout, so you know what to look for. So it'll be right there. It's from Golden Technologies. It's called the Buzz Around. The Buzz Around XL. Now don't get confused because it's an LX. And I wish they had gave me the daggone LX, but the XL 3-wheel three-wheel scooter, three-wheel mobility scooter. Just in case you talk to anybody and they ask questions. And the model number is G117. That's the model number. G117. And we looking for a 12 volt. We're looking for a 12 volt, 22 amp battery. Now right now we have a 12R. So 22 will give us almost double what we got now. Let me send that to her. Alrighty. And the box. Don Lee just typed in 12 volt, 12I. We have the 12I. We looking for the 22 or 35I. But now I'm only saying 22 because I don't know if the 35 will fit. The guy on the phone said that the 35 won't fit, the 35 amp. So he said the 22. But if you see 12, that's what we got now. We have 12A now. We're trying to go higher. That give us more range. The 22, 12 and 12 are 24. So the 22 will give us almost double the range. And like I said, I was looking for that, trying to find it in a 35. I'm gonna talk to the people again. Matter of fact, let's find out. Let's see what Google say. All right, let's see what they say. Service guide. Battery is 21. So we need to go page 21. You got a ways to go. At 21. Battery replacement. Whatever. That's not what we're looking for. We just looking, does it say place to it? No, it doesn't say it. Yeah, we can do this later, y'all. I ain't gonna bore y'all with this. I'm not gonna bore you. I'm sorry. Some of these got me wondering. I was wondering. Get tied up. That later. All right, y'all. Where was we at in the sermon? I know I need to turn the volume down. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. We start talking about that. We need to get what we doing the sermon in. You turn that volume down some, Lord. All right, give me 1 second here. We got to find it again. Where was we? Do. Alrighty. Sorry about that, y'all. We got knocked off for a minute. Where was we? I know we were looking at the yeah, we were right here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How do I get rid of this? How do I get rid of this? There we go. All right. All right. Christians can experience many troubles: mental, physical, emotional, or spiritual suffering. All Christians have or will suffer. The Apostle Paul experienced various phases of suffering. Suffering can come because of foolish choices. We see this in Proverbs. Fools suffer harm. Lazy people become hungry. Adulterers reap bad consequences, etc. While suffering can be a result of sin, all creation, even the righteous, will groan under the weight of sin and suffering. Only in heaven is there no pain, death, or grief. Suffering is not random. Suffering is not without a purpose. God sovereignly uses circumstances to teach powerful lessons or to accomplish his will. We see this in Joseph's tough circumstances. His suffering led to many people being rescued. Another example is Hosea's marriage to Gomer, an unfaithful woman. Hosea suffered as a demonstration of God's love. Suffering causes the biblically grounded believer to worship God, praising his providential hand and trusting his loving heart, even when the causes for hurtful circumstances are unclear. Tragedies are especially difficult to understand, but sometimes God uses earthly calamities as agents of change, calling people to repentance. Suffering should all people to ask, am I ready to meet God? Suffering should all people to ask, am I ready to meet God? Jesus in the flesh experienced weariness and other human weakness. He was tempted in every way humans are, yet he was without sin. In the midst of impending suffering, Jesus' example was, not my will, but yours be done. Talking to God. Jesus said his people will follow in his footsteps, and that would include suffering. He left us an example of how to suffer. He said his followers will be blessed when they faithfully endured suffering for his name's sake. Paul deeply desired to share in Christ's sufferings. The author of salvation entered fully into suffering and emerged victorious over it. The ultimate answer to suffering was at the cross. when Jesus declared, "It is finished." Our suffering as we follow him has purpose, and it will come to an end. Christ's followers know only in part many of the mysterious purposes of God, but it is clear how suffering began. Satan is the author of sin, and suffering came on mankind as a result of Adam's sin. Because of that choice, the curse of sin pervades all creation. Humans have a sin nature, but people also are sinners because of their choices. Suffering because of sin is a tragic part of all human life. Though no trial can separate the Christian from Christ's love, the mystery of suffering is real. David felt this struggle when he asked, "How long will you hide your face from me?" Sin separates us from God, and the believer keenly feels this loss of fellowship when dealing with sin. Some suffering comes because of a battlefield for the believer's allegiance, as in the case of Job. He wasn't aware of the conversation between God and Satan that set up this battle. He didn't question God's sovereignty, but he did agonize over things he couldn't understand. Satan still comes to believers in times of uncertainty or suffering, tempting them to doubt God. In this arena of warfare, God's children can either curse God because of suffering or trust him in the midst of trials, as Job did. The psalmist said his afflictions were good because they made him more faithful and taught him God's commands. Resting in Scripture, Christians can learn to respond to suffering in godly ways. They can trust God with their anger when they are sinned against and learn to forgive. All who desire to live godly will be persecuted. But even in times of mistreatment or persecution, believers can seek God, find his blessing, and give a powerful testimony for Christ. In the midst of an extreme trial, it can be hard to develop mature faith. Whatever character and faith are already built into a Christian's life prior to going through suffering tends to come out during suffering. But lessons learned in suffering can equip a believer for a future ministry. It can equip you to help somebody else going through the same thing. New wisdom and maturity are tools God can use. When Christians face trials and tribulations and find God faithful, they have first-hand experience to encourage others in their suffering. When God's children hurt, he can strengthen them to make wise choices and desire the will of God more than anything else. God also uses the pruning work of suffering to help Christians bear more fruit. Suffering produces endurance, character, and hope. God teaches his children to persevere and be sensitive to others' needs. The church is meant to be a refuge for those who hurt, a place where those who suffer in various struggles can come for help. Christians are meant to carry each other's burdens. The church is where believers practice all the one another of Scripture. Loving those who suffer is an evidence of God living in us, and it illustrates his perfect love. God sometimes allows things that are undeserved, disease and disability, to display his marvelous work. An example of this is the healing of the man blind from birth. Jesus said the man's blindness was to show the works of God through his healing. Lazarus' sickness was for the glory of God. and Jesus would also receive glory. When Lazarus died, this gave Jesus the opportunity to encourage faith. He said, "Didn't I tell you, you would see God's glory if you believe?" Paul's suffering and his thorn in the flesh tormented him, but he found in weakness the opportunity to boast of Christ's power. When Christians suffer, people are watching, and Christians' intent in times of suffering should be an honor to God. Paul said that when we share Christ's sufferings, we can rejoice when his glory is revealed. We don't like suffering and we try to avoid it. But Paul says the Christian's light and momentary troubles achieve for them greater joy and eternal glory that outweighs anything they will suffer. In a sense, suffering for Jesus proves the believer's faith. The Christ follower suffers for Jesus' sake, is conformed to his image, places all hope in him, trusting that all things work together for his purposes, and enters into the freedom and glory of sonship for all eternity. The justified, sanctified believer will be glorified in heaven. This should cause Christians to rejoice. When suffering proves the genuineness of the Christian faith, this results in the praise, glory, and honor when Jesus Christ is revealed. Happy birthday to your late sister too. Uh-oh, look like we lost people. Don't matter. Let's go back and grab the next one. I know it's late. Because we could do this tomorrow. Five truths about Christian suffering. All Christians suffer. Either you have, you are, or you will. Through many tribulations, we must enter the kingdom of God. This reality is a stark reminder that we have not reached the new heavens and new earth, the new Jerusalem of no tears and no pain, of no mourning and no death, hasn't yet arrived. But just because we experience suffering as we await the redemption of our bodies, it doesn't mean that our suffering is random or without purpose. And even doesn't mean that Scripture doesn't tell us how to think about our suffering now. Here are 5 important biblical truths about suffering every Christian should have ready. Suffering has many faces. The Bible doesn't whitewash our experience of suffering by saying that it's all of one stripe. Rather, it recognizes the multifaceted ways that suffering can come upon us. The Apostle Paul wrote, "We are afflicted in every way, but not crushed, perplexed, but not driven to despair, persecuted, but not forsaken, struck down, but not destroyed." In these 2 verses, Paul lists several types of suffering: mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual. Each one of these are different ways that we can suffer. And when suffering comes, often several of these types of sufferings are involved. Let me blow this up for y'all, I'm sorry. The church is not meant to be a loosely bound association of functional lone rangers. Paul confronts that type of thinking when he writes, "Bear one another's burdens, and so fulfill the law of Christ." The church is meant to be a refuge for those suffering. When a member is hurting, the church applies the bandages. When a member is down, the church encourages. When a member is in need, the church comes alongside to help. First-hand experience in suffering is essential in equipping us for ministry. Paul writes in 2 Corinthians 1:4 that God comforts us in all our affliction, so that we may be able to comfort those who are in any affliction, with the comfort which we ourselves are comforted by God. But how? And what is the link between experiencing suffering and equipping for ministry? David Powlison answers it this way. When you pass through your own fiery trials and found God to be true to what he says, you have real help to offer. You have first-hand experience of both sustaining grace and his purposeful design. He has kept you through pain. He has reshaped you more into his image. What you are experiencing from God, you can give away in increasing measures to others. You are learning both the tenderness and the clarity necessary to help sanctify another person's deepest distress. Whenever there's suffering, there's a battle for your soul. The book of Job shows us there can be two ways to respond to suffering. One that curses God because of suffering, and one that praises God even in the midst of suffering. One of the counterintuitive truths about suffering is that it prepares Christians for more glory. Paul writes in 2 Corinthians 4:17-18, this light momentary affliction is preparing us for an eternal weight of glory beyond all comparison, as we look not to the things that are seen, but to the things that are unseen. For the things that are seen are transient, but the things that are unseen are eternal. These verses are like sandpaper on our modern sentiments about suffering. We naturally try to avoid suffering at all costs, but God brings suffering into our lives for the sake of eternal joy. Yes, even glory. All right, anybody have any comments or questions? Hey, why is chat not updating? Then let's get rid of it then. All right, and give me a new chat. That chat looked different than what was right here. Pop it out. All right, Tony said, thank you, BD. I think it's a lesson from God to make you stronger. Yes, suffering is a lesson to make you stronger. It is. But the reason that we have suffering is a test of your faith. Can you endure? You can't blame everything on the devil. But the devil is in your mind if you allow him to be. And when something happens, instead of saying, hey, you allowed this to happen, or I made it happen. Because a lot of the times, we don't do what we're supposed to do. We out there fornicating. Oh, I got AIDS. Oh, God damn it, God, let me get AIDS. How you gonna blame God because you went out there and got AIDS? You the one that slept unprotected with somebody. God didn't sleep with him, you did. Oh, Jesus, how did you let me get there? I got the bug, Jesus, how you let me get it? If you were doing what they told you to do, you wouldn't have got nothing. But even though you went out there, and you probably got a year to live, you can get depressed, you can get sad, or you can make sure that you do things. Young Lee says, oh, STD left all out. Or you can make sure that you right with Jesus and God, so that when that year is up, you know where you're going. You can take this time to go out there and mentor to the youth and teach them about AIDS so they don't wind up like you. Those are things that you can do to help your fellow man rather than fall into a depression or get mad or go try to kill a person that gave it to you. These are things that you could do. Even though I messed up, oh Lord, I messed up and I got the HIV. Oh. If you are a member of Christ, I don't know why you would do that and get it, but if that's your rock bottom, Jesus and God are waiting on you. And they can use you to help other people, even though your life might be coming to an end. But instead of getting mad, getting depressed, going crazy, take that suffering and try to prevent somebody else because you're there. And now people tend to listen to people that have been there. And you can actually make a difference in other people's lives as you prepare to exit. There's no excuse. How easy is it to shake your faith? You would have told me back in November of 2017. You would have told me. I mean, I literally had dollars on my name. I didn't know how I was going to make it the third of the next. It was only 14. I had $2 to my and somebody out the blue just gave me $10. And I realized that I had done something nice for somebody, and I took them to a school that was giving away free food. While I was there, they had cereal that was there, but it was the imitation Cheerios. They ain't had no sugar in it. So then nobody wanted it. And so I grabbed a box of it. And that box sat in the corner for 6 months. It just sat there for 6 months. I didn't know you can go to a church to get food. I didn't know that. But for 6 months, that box sat in that corner. And then one day I was sitting there and I saw it. And I said, well, let's go get some milk. And I walked around and I found a place where I can get some milk from. And I ate cereal for the rest of November. I ate cereal the rest of November. And it was a blessing. And I bought a gallon of milk, and I bought some sugar because it was sugarless. And when I didn't have any milk, I ate it by hand. I ate it by hand, just dry. And I made it. I made it. I went down to social services and I asked them for help with the rent. And they gave me a food stipend. I wanted help with the rent. I wanted a voucher. And I was able to go. And it took them, man, that was the longest 2 weeks of my life. They took forever. They took 2 weeks. But finally, I was able to walk to the market and just get, something that wasn't cereal. That wasn't Cheerios. Y'all don't know how glorious it was. but I suffered. But like I said, it could have been worse. Because at least I had more. I had more cereal. I was so sick of that cereal. I was sick of it, but I had more that I could eat. And I had got it just on a whim. I didn't even want it. But somebody said, here, take this. And I took it. Why would somebody tell me to take it? Why would somebody tell me to take it? I was there to help somebody else, not me. But at the time, I was doing good. But God knew a bad time was coming. And even though I'm embarrassed, as I say, I had to go 15 days eating nothing but cheap cereal that nobody wanted. That got me to where I needed to go. And when I found he was able to walk to the market, and that's the only time that walk didn't tire me out. I flew up there, got me some vittles. And I mean, coming home, that's when it hurt. It was cold. I ain't had no gloves, and I had the bags in my hand. And I would have to keep stopping and sitting them down and put my hands in my pocket and let them warm up. Y'all remember when I had to tell you, y'all, that I had the spots where I would sit at. I had points. You gotta make it to this point. You can sit down and rest for a minute. You can make it to that point and sit down. And I had my points where I would go to. Just like remember the school with the light? Where we lost the pedal at? That wall right there. I used to sit on that wall, make it to that wall at the bottom of the hill. Then get halfway up the hill, rest on the wall again. Then get to the top of the hill and rest on the wall. After a couple of weeks, we only rested at the bottom of the hill and only at the top of the hill. Then we didn't rest at all. We just went on and scaled it as we kept going. And I was, you understand what I'm saying? I was getting better. It wasn't a chore to scale that hill. And then when we got the bike, glory, when we got the bike, when NNC gave me that first bike, I had to push it with my foot to get up the steep parts of the hill. But it made it so much easier. It made it so much easier to ride. Then when we got that bike, we didn't have to go up this hill because it was not as steep. It seemed longer, but not as steep. We could go straight up the mountain. We can do it with ease. That's progression. Still haven't found the hill that we couldn't get up. Even though I'm over the weight limit. We still made it work. And now we blessed with a scooter. A scooter that can do what neither of the first two bikes could do. This scooter scales those mountain inclines with ease. It cries, but it does it with ease. It don't need me to push it. It don't need me to pedal. It does it with ease. Might only go 4 miles per hour, but God darn it, it does it with ease. The first bike we had on flat ground, we did 10 miles per hour on it. The bike that's sitting over there in the corner now with the flat tire on flat ground, it did 9 or 10 miles per hour with me sitting on it. Supposed to do 12 and a half, but I can't get to 12 and a half because of my weight. So it does 9 or 10, right? But it doesn't. Uphill, I got to crank it. But what we have now, even though we making changes, trying to get a better battery and get it to go a couple more miles per hour faster, it gets me up the hill with no problem. The blessing is there. But can you improve on it? If it took 3 vehicles to get the right mix, it took 3 vehicles to get the right mix. It used to kill me to have to take all the pieces down the steps and bring all the pieces up the steps. But then I realized, wait a minute, you don't have to keep taking them up and down the steps. Why are you taking them up and down the steps? Why are you taking all 5 of these pieces up and down the steps? You're the only person here. Nobody has no reason to come up your steps. You don't have company. So why would somebody have a reason to come up your steps? Yeah, I have a need for speed too. I mean, that but like I said, if we can get the bike fixed, the bike will go downhill fast. Yeah. It'll go downhill fast. No, Naya, I haven't. I still tell her every day we go live. I don't think I told her tonight because we started so late. And I asked her how she doing once or twice a week. I ain't heard nothing back. So, I mean, she'll probably come back when the election over. But if she has a problem with us talking about, you know, these racist rogue cops, as long as they still keep killing people and we had to keep covering it, I mean, you know. Maybe if Trump get elected, maybe she'll come back and rub it in our faces. I don't know. I can't tell you what somebody else gonna do. That's all we can do. Wait a minute. I just realized something. I just realized something. I mean, I'll leave it there if you want. I just realized that Chung Lee has a picture. He has a picture of me. Is that of me? That shows her name. It'll change the superstar after she's been a member for 2 months. It'll change. But I just realized that. I was sitting there thinking. I was thinking she was talking to me and she was talking to y'all because I saw my picture. You said I thought I left you. don't leave anybody. Anybody is welcome to come back. Anybody, no matter what they've done, they're welcome to come back. God says, judge the behavior. Don't judge the person. Behavior can change. You should never throw anybody away. Oh, she said she's talking tonight. I laugh out loud is right. Yeah, I might have to go in. I didn't realize that. I think for the entry level, I think that picture is there. But she hasn't complained about it, and none of y'all complained about it, so I won't complain either. Well, like I said, it caught me off guard. Like I said, yeah, you are a superstar. Matter of fact, let's go and find out why my picture is showing up there. I don't remember doing that. But let's go. Where would you find? I guess under monetization, memberships. All right. All right, so okay, so Naya is a B. I'm a BD family star with 4 months, and Liz is a BD family star with 3 months. Naya is a BD star. John Lee got 3 days in. Okay, so now let's go back and find out. Here we go. Badges and emojis. All right, go to edit. Badges. Upload my own. Yeah, it is. Yep, that's my face right there. So let me change that. That's not gonna be easy to do. We have to go to downloads, and we have to go to, gotta find downloads again from the other computer. Gotta find downloads. Other computer. Where the downloads at? There it is. Go to downloads. And then I guess we go to YouTube copyright. There it is, YouTube copyright. Alright. Now this is gonna be the hard part. Is that one on there? That just says super. Okay, is that one on there? I don't see it. So let's hit that one and go. Make sure it's not on here already. Okay. Alrighty. Save and publish. Okay. Alrighty. Now let's go see what it looks like. Alrighty. Alrighty, so I changed that from my picture because I already got my picture under the emojis. So it didn't make sense for Chung Lee. Why didn't somebody tell me that? I kept thinking you were talking to me because if I want to talk to one of y'all that's a member, I use your emoji. That's why I kept answering the chat, and you wasn't even talking to me. All right. Alrighty now. Now it's star, superstar, megastar. So as you go 1 to 2 months, then you go 2 to 4 months, change. You'll change. But I'm gonna keep an eye on the emojis. So it's all right now. Now Liz ain't here, but if y'all would like me to change the emoji to something else for y'all, let me know. Emily says she likes the superstar. Okay, well, you are a BD family superstar, and you'll work your way up. It's star, superstar, megastar, and I forgot what the last one was, but it's 4 different stages. It's not a matter of let me show you what I mean. That's why I said if y'all want your own individual, but it can't be individual because as you reach it, you know, as you reach the level, everybody gonna have it. Right now, Chung Lee is the only new member. That's not what I wanted to do. Answer, that's the wrong button. The badges and emojis. There we go. Now, if you look, these are the badges. New member gets the star now. 1 month. That's a superstar. 2 months. That's a megastar. 6 months. I forgot what that is. 12 months. Jesus. You're JC superstar. And 24 months. That's me holding the DeRoche championship. But those are the levels. So after you've been a member for 2 months, Chung Lee, you're gonna switch to this one. And by that time, we'll have moved to this one. No, actually, we are gonna have the same one for probably a month because it's 6 months. And I think I'm at 3. They at 3, and I'm at 4. I was the first member, so I'm at 4 months. So I got 2 more months till I get this one. So right now, all 3 of us got this one. So when you catch us, everybody will be here. By the time you catch up, I'll let you change it. By the time you catch up. But that's the levels. See? As you can see, I got the same one, and Naya got the same one, and it's gonna stay. And until we hit 6, till we hit 6 months, it's gonna stay there. So Chung Lee, you're gonna get this next month. Whew. But seeing how you the only one there, that's why I was able to do that. You were the only one there. Now somebody else sign up, they might say, "Yeah, I don't like your star," and then y'all might have to duke it out. Y'all might have to duke it out. Sit down, David. Yes, we are. We are all superstars. All right, Chung Lee, it's your job to remind me when you reach the 2-month mark, you're going to change. So if you want me to put it back, remind me to. If you want me to put it back, remind me to. If you like that star. Like I said, me, Naya, and Liz, we all have the same star. That is a star. So I can't change that one because Liz not here. And me, her, and Liz, we all are at that same level. And if I change it, she might come in tomorrow and say, "What the heck?" So I would have to, ask her, just to be fair. But you good right there. You the only person right there. Emily says she's superstar from Saturday Night Live. But that's cool though. So, well, I think it's only me, you, and Naya here. Is there anybody else here? This says we only got 3 people here. It's 12:41 in the morning. I mean, I'm glad anybody here. Yeah, I was with you. Tony said, "Raising my hand, superstar." Yeah, I just did a refresh and it says 5. The phone say 8. Yeah, I wish. So, if there's anybody else that would like to join Chung Lee and be a family superstar, it's right there. All you gotta do is go to community post. Go to the community on my channel, and you can sign up and become a member. It's only $1.99 a month. One of y'all have, I don't know if it's Naya or Liz. One of y'all have the $4.99. Is it $3.99 or $4.99? I didn't set the prices, but I'm still trying to figure out. Y'all know that Lee says she signed up for the $4.99. Let me see. I know somebody signed up for the $4.99. Oh, your page actually popped up. You say his girlfriend look like Michael Jackson. Oh, you terrible. You know you wrong with that, Charlie. Let me get out of here before you get me in trouble. I wonder if I can lower that. That's high. Is there a way to, can I change that level? It's not letting me change it. All right, let's add a level then. Add level. BD. All right, y'all. I'm adding a level. For anybody, hey, how about get me lowercase? BD. BD family. Megastar. Family. Mini Megastar. Family. Okay, price. At $4.99. Take that to $9.99. Day draft. Hey man, we gotta do something here. All right. And we need to go back. I made a mistake somewhere. I made a mistake right here. How do I edit that? I made a mistake. That say BF. That's all I want to change. BD. Okay. Save draft. And submit for review. You making me do all this just to change that one letter. Oh, you cold. All right. Submit. All right. Be out of here. All right. But thank you, Chung Lee, for me going back. I didn't set a badge for it. Didn't nobody say nothing. Y'all know I didn't set a badge for it. We got to go back again. I don't mind holding the show up though, but I don't mind. Go to memberships. Wait a minute, did I set a badge for it? Wait a minute. Did I set a badge for it? Or do you set a badge for it? Okay, I guess you don't set a badge for it. Okay. All right, I'm done. Sorry, y'all. Cancel. Alrighty, y'all, I'm back. Well, all of them were stars. They were star, superstar, megastar, and then JC, Jesus Christ, superstar, and then the ultimate level was a picture of me holding the belt, saying you the roast superstar. Alrighty, y'all. If y'all still up for it, we got one more to go check out. One thing about the Brother Derek Show. We ain't done yet. Let's zoom it in. One more time. All right. All right. That's all. Let me go to the bathroom. Let's take a music break.
Everyone, this is Brother Derek.
Run to the bathroom real quick.
Minister Brother Derek. And, you know, I want to come to you. And I want to tell you things that you can use and things that'll get you to have a connection with Jesus and God. So I wrote this. So I hope y'all enjoy it. So let's get to it. St. John wrote that Satan accuses us believers before God day and night. The Lord depends on us to do what is right. But our flesh is not tough enough to stand alone. We lean on Jesus so that we're no longer prone. See, if you're slack, you're vulnerable to attack. In many ways, men today are slaves to the greediness of his flesh. Money, women, and cars, sports, pornography, and bars. But these are the things that God hates. So he separates and chastises us till we change our ways, humble ourselves and pray. Remember, the house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace, and I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, your creed or race, by believing in Jesus, we're all going to the same place. And that's good to know that God loves us all, black and white, short or tall. He only asks us to be more like him. Then you won't want to sin. Let God into your heart and make a fresh start. You have a clean slate. Jesus' blood makes you pure in God's eyes. So stay vigilant and keep the evil at this world at a distance. Ignore the devil's resistance. Hoping that you slip. He chips away at your face and strips away from God's grace. But bring to Jesus, he'll mediate on your behalf. The devil has many demons on his staff, scowling, shouting things in your ear, chipping away at your self-esteem while you daydream. So be alert, then go to the Father and tell Satan and his armies, man, don't even bother. But I say this, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace. I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you rich or poor. Your credo race, by believing in Jesus, we're all born to the same place. People are talking about struggling, saying life is hard, rough, you got to be tough. But there's nothing harder than standing up to God. Evil is rampant. Even in our nation today, morality is gone. That's why our society says no right or wrong. Fulfill your wants. Go along with the crowd or feel the wrath of their tongue. This country's going to hell in a basket, no a casket. And if you speak, you're labeled a fanatic, a Bible quoting, scripture quoting do-gooder who's living in a fantasy world, waiting for a heaven that never comes. But God's will be done. You can't stop it. You're on the wrong side. Swallow your pride and humble yourself. Ignore the traps of this world. Study the word and let the knowledge unfurl. Because I'm telling you, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you.
Yeah, now we got 2 articles done. We're going to our third one.
Stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace and I wish you well. This is Minister Brother Derek, and this is a new theme song for our Sunday sermon in the Bible study. Peace, everybody. Much love to you.
Alrighty, y'all. Our sermon today is about suffering. And this article, great title. Why does God allow the innocent to suffer? There are a lot of people who you see suffering, and they're such good people, and you say, how can something like this happen to good people? You know, bad things should happen to the bad people, right? Shouldn't only the people that's doing evil have the bad luck? But there are some people who we think are good people, but Jesus and God don't know them. And people who also don't know God and Jesus, they wonder, well, they seem to be good people compared to me. You know, I know I'm a sinner. I go up there and piss on everybody, you know, but why does bad things happen to people who on the face look good? Problem is, a lot of them say they know Jesus and God, but Jesus and God don't know them. And there are some that, as I mentioned earlier, see, this is in stages. See, y'all don't follow my logic. Earlier, we started by saying you want to be stable. Well, even if you are stable and you're doing the right thing, sometimes you can still drift away from Jesus and God. And sometimes they have to just sit back and let you go ahead out there and dip your toe in the water. And you go out there and you wind up coming back with something. And when you come back, they'll welcome you. A lot of times, you know, people on the front seem to be good. They go to work, they take care of their kids, you know, they go to church every Sunday. But that's all they do. They don't talk to Jesus and God. They don't ask them to come into their lives. They just think as long as I follow the commandments, that I'm good. That's not good enough to get you in heaven. So sometimes you might have to get hit with a disease. You might have to get hit with a calamity. You might have to have some trouble to remind you to come back. Because you might be doing everything good on the outside, but on the inside, are you right? When you walk outside, you got your hair done, you got your clothes all nice and going off to work and looking all good. And, you know, the people that's doing bad, they look at you and they go, look at them. They might even make fun of you because they want to be like you. But they don't know whether or not are really linked to Jesus or God. They just assume it. See, people assume things. But then when you see them have trouble, you say to yourself, well, darn, they doing well and they're in trouble. What's going to happen to me? Just because they appear to be doing well, you don't know what goes on once they get in the house and close that door behind them. They might be beating their kids, or you don't know. Man might come out and look like a CEO and park that Mercedes. Might come in the house and start beating his wife. You don't know. That's the outer image. But when you have the Holy Spirit activated in Christ, the Spirit emanates from you. You have a glow. And that glow irritates people. It makes them jealous. They don't understand. I'm out here doing all this stuff, having all this fun. That person glowing. Why are they glowing? And then when you get ill, when you get in trouble, other people say, well, darn, he would look like he was doing everything right to me. Why is he having problems? Because we all have problems. We all get this. Even people that are believers, they get in trouble too. But their trouble is different than other people. Somebody that has great health care suffering ain't the same as somebody that has no health care. And there are believers that work a job that don't offer health care. And they wait until they go to the hospital. So they have to go to the hospital. And then by that time, they so far gone that the doctors can't do nothing for them. But they wasn't out there slutting around. They wasn't out there cheating, robbing people. They wasn't out there selling drugs. But they worked hard. But they couldn't get the health care. Now they find out that they got these diseases they ain't know they had. I know because on one of them, it was when I left. When I let Jesus, God, go. I came into the world. I started smoking cigarettes. Started messing around with women. And I let them go. Then I happened to work a job where I was around a lot of religious people. And there was a church right across the street. And so I came back in. But by that time, it was too late. The stuff that I did while I was gone had caught up with me. Like I said, you know, luckily I came back to the church. It wasn't so much I came back to a church, it was much of I came back to Jesus and God. And then people started coming out the woodwork. A lady told me how to get the Medicare. Another person told me how you can get things you need, you know, under the table. And I was able to get the thing. And I was able to make myself better. But it was too late. It was too late. 20 years of me trying to be like people who I thought I should be, because everybody else around me like that. And I tried to fit in. That's why I understand Gary from the corner. Gary had everything, but he had one thing he couldn't have: the respect of the people around him, the respect of the woman he loved, the respect of his. They all wanted to get high. He was on the straight and narrow. He says he fell. He didn't fall. He threw himself because he wound up doing worse drugs than the people he was trying to be with. If he'd have just done the cocaine like his wife Fran did, he was still able to raise his two sons, or his son, and she got something by somebody else, but she was able to raise them. But he went for heroin. Why did he go down past where her family was, trying to get in with her family? He wound up going past that to the point that she's looking at him and, why are you doing this? It's not for you. He had a loneliness. He wanted to fit in. He could never get back. He could never get back to. We watched him as he, broke in people's houses. We watched him take copper and wire out people's houses. We watched him steal from the junkyard. We watched a man that used to play the stock market. He fell. He fell harder than the people who he was trying to run with. That they didn't want to fool with him. Y'all understand what I'm saying? He used to give people money and help them out. But now he needs help. Nobody will help him, which drives him even further into depression. But not one time did we hear him say anything about Jesus. Not one time did we hear him say anything about God. Because if he had God and Jesus in his life, he wouldn't have needed to fit in with those people. He would have been an example to those people. And they would have said, you know what? I want to be like Gary. Instead, Gary is saying, I want to be like this. And when you try to go someplace that you not built for, you get it worse. It was easy for his wife to get clean. But then she fell too. Because she didn't have Jesus and God in her life. And she wound up meeting a man and bringing him in a house. He had got a nice new house. Everything was going well. Sat there and met this man at the daggone rehab place and let him move in. And then he started getting high. Then she started getting high. Y'all understand? You gotta stop living your life trying to mimic something you're not meant. There are some young men on the corner that got great minds, but they think they can only stand on the corner because everybody around them is talking about the corner. You ever thought to say anything? Hey, why don't we go to church? I mean, you're crazy. What the church gonna do for us? You better come out here and make this money. But causes suffering. When we follow what we want to do rather than what Jesus and God tell us to do, we start to drift apart. Even if you were brought up in the church young, you're not taught to get that relationship with God. You're going to I started to have more time. I sit back and I realize the mistakes that I made. I don't want other people. But see, unless you are doing well, people don't listen to you. All that talk y'all do about TS doing well, you'll listen to them. But all the talk about shady stuff that Vic did, y'all sit there and listen to him. Why? You don't listen to him because he coming to you hardly trying to get you to change your ways. No, he's not. But that's the reason why you listen. Because he does the thing that you wanted. Things that you were taught to look up to. Things that the media said. Yeah, get high and smoke some weed. You ain't smoking no weed, you missing out. I don't mean to use Vic as an example. But I'm just giving an example that I know y'all know who I'm talking about. So anybody from the army come over here and start crying, you're not picking on nobody. I'm just using an example. Same thing for the Soto Nation. But we're just using an example. When I hear the thing about Chucky, y'all know we weren't at the Chucky and got flagged. We weren't at the Chucky. But then I realized, you know what? People still go over there. And they still go over there to this day. So, what good is going after him going to do? Just to let that marinate. Because he made a video. Somebody, and he said, that damn brother there, yeah, he tried to get me locked up. He right, I sure did. But you know what? I left him alone. You know why? Because the people like that. They like what he did. And they like to pick with him. They like it. So I can try and do what I want to do to him. He's still going to survive it. So why keep doing it? He's going to survive it because the people still going to keep going over there. People still going to make videos. Him wanting to rape the 2-year-old and him trying to have sex with a corpse and they still going to go over there. But that's what they want. They'll bring him back up. Because the people would bring him right back up. So you gotta just leave. And if we was to jump on and we had the same numbers. If the people that jumped on deal, we jumped on TS, we had the same numbers. If we was to go jump on our buddy Victor Moon, we would have the same numbers they have. They make it seem like they're doing something. But in reality, all they doing is promoting evil. And if you have to promote evil, stay relevant, that's not good. Because you're not doing anybody. Now, if you think that somebody smoked crack on a live stream, still watch them, that let me know something wrong with you. There's no way that you have Jesus for peace. I know I'm not going to really find nothing religious. Because if you believe with act, you would try to act. If you're not trying to act, follow, told you, you're not with him. So that means with the devil. Can't be with both. You got to be one or the other. All right. So we got this on our screen. Can y'all see it? Can y'all see this? Why does God allow people to suffer? Why does God allow innocent people to suffer? That's a question somebody asked. Why does God allow the innocent people to suffer? Well, I told you what I thought. Now let's see what this person says. Let's see what y'all say all the real preachers say. There's so much suffering in the world, and it is felt by everyone to one degree or another. Sometimes people suffer as the direct result of their own poor choices. Oh, I said that. Sinful actions or willful irresponsibility. In those cases, we see the truth of Proverbs 13:15. The way of the treacherous is their ruin. But what about the victims of the treachery? What about the innocent who suffer? Why would God allow that? Let's see. It is human nature to try to find a correlation between bad behavior and bad circumstances, and conversely, between good behavior and blessings. The desire to link sin to suffering is so strong that Jesus dealt with that issue at least twice. As he went along, he saw a man blind from birth. His disciples asked him, "Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind?" Neither this man nor his parents sinned, said Jesus. The disciples made the mistake of assuming that the innocent would never suffer and assigned personal guilt to the blind man or to his parents. Jesus corrected their thinking, saying, "This happened so that the works of God might be displayed in him." This man's blindness was not the result of personal sin, but rather God had a higher purpose for the suffering. Another time, Jesus commented on the deaths of some people killed in an accident. Those 18 who died when the tower in Siloam fell on them. Do you think they were more guilty than all the others living in Jerusalem? I tell you no. But unless you repent, you too will all perish. Luke 13:45. In this case, Jesus again discounted the notion that tragedy and suffering are the result of a personal sin. At the same time, Jesus emphasized the fact that we live in a world full of sins and its effects. Therefore, everyone must repent. This brings us to the consideration of whether such a thing as the innocent, technically speaking, even exists. According to the Bible, all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Romans 3:23. Therefore, no one is innocent in the sense of being sinless. We are all born with a sinful nature, inherited from Adam. And as we've already seen, everyone suffers, regardless of whether or not the suffering can be linked to a specific sin. Sin's effects permeate everything. The world is fallen, and all creation suffers as a result. If you listen here, they're saying there is no such thing as an innocent person. We all have a sinful nature. Some of us can control it better than others. Some people can't control that sin. They got to go out there and do all crazy kinds of stuff. But they no different than somebody that can control it. Those that can control it are in a better situation, a better environment. They might have religious undertones. But hold on, we'll get to this last one. And somebody told me that I look tired. Oh, it's 1:19 in the morning. But we'll get through this. I want to break this down real quick. Nobody is innocent. Even a baby coming into the world still got that sinful nature in them. You might want to take a nap, and that baby keep crying and making you get back up. I done fed you. I done changed you. I done burped you. Why you won't go to sleep? It wants you to keep it company. You keep trying to put it down so you can lay down. You gotta keep getting back up. The baby don't want you to. The baby wants you to stay with him. He don't want you to go to sleep. He don't want you to lay down. He wants you to keep him company. That baby don't care that you tired. It want what it want. And I'm sorry to say, if you already gave it everything it needs, it should let you rest. That child should let you rest. But it won't. As soon as you lay down and get yourself all ready, it's ready to fall asleep. Yeah, you got your, oh, God damn it. That child could let you sleep. But even a child know if it holler like that, you gonna come running. So even babies are selfish. And they want what they want. People say that's learned. It's not learned. It's natural. Same way when they want a cookie and tell them no. They try and take it anyway. They'll holler and scream. Give them what they want. They throw themselves on the floor. Start kicking to get what they want. You didn't teach them how to do that. Did you teach them how to do that? No, they learned on their own. Because we all born with that sin. All of us. And that child doesn't understand. You have to make them understand. That's not acceptable. You got to make them understand. You can't have your way all the time. You have to teach that child that. But they're supposed to be innocent. Child learns how to lie at a young age. And you say, well, who messed with that? I told y'all leave that alone. It wasn't me. It must have been the dad. I don't know. They learned that from who? Who taught them that? Nobody. When we feel we in danger, we try to find somebody else to blame, no matter what age we are. So there is nobody innocent. There is nobody that's above anybody else. What position are you in? You in a position where you poor. You in a position where you spoiled. A spoiled child is just as bad as a rowdy poor one. Because you can say the poor child don't have nothing. Maybe that's why they rowdy. But the child that's spoiled and can't control themselves, they just as bad as the kid that's running the street. But you look at them, they look so innocent. Just want to give them a hug. And no, you need discipline. You put the fear of God and Jesus Christ in them. They respect something they can't defeat. They respect something that they can't trick. They respect somebody they can't get over on. If they can get over on you, you gotta teach them. Can't get over on you. They know what you want. Make them have a respect. Make them feel like somebody's always watching. But they can trick you. They can trick that teacher. They can trick the man down the block. They can't. Right out the gate. Adam and Eve at apple. They opened up the gate of sin. Same way that God breathed the Holy Spirit into Adam and Eve, it transferred. Every time a baby is God breathes breath in it. He or she still has that sense of me. But I want what I want from the get-go. You can say what you want to say. Next time you're around a newborn baby, watch and see how violent they are. Look at the power in the agony. It's there. It's there from the. I'm hungry. I need to be changed. I'm bored. Hold the rattle in front of me. It's hard. There from the time you born. It's there. How does that child get raised? Determined where that energy goes. Get from the. Because as pretty as babies are, when they get angry, they look just as evil as anybody else. Somebody has to. Somebody has to be. Somebody has to be. Or else we wouldn't appreciate. I appreciate every day that I can walk. I appreciate every day that I can talk. I appreciate every day that I can. But if there wasn't people who couldn't, why would I appreciate it? If there wasn't somebody who was grotesque looking, how could you appreciate it? If there wasn't somebody fat, how could you appreciate it? If everybody had the same intelligence, nobody would strive. I don't understand. We got the same books, but he just look at it and know everything, and I got to study. But that make you work harder. Is that suffering that you got to study? Or this person can just look at it and go, I got it. All right, what else? No, that make you work harder. That's why everybody not the same. But you gotta not let that jealousy take over you. Everybody has a gift. Some people write stories. Some people are good at healing. Some are good. Some people are good at dancing. Some people are good at sports. We all have a gift. But we put value on the gifts that can get you attention. You singing, people watching you. When you dancing, people watching you. You're playing a sport, people are watching. So why is it that when you're acting on stage, people are watching? All these things lead to money and lead to you being seen. But what about the people who write great short stories? Oh, we gotta sell them, make it a bestseller. What about the people that can make great arts and crafts? Oh, we're gonna have to have a show and have an art show and have everybody come down to the museum. We try to put money in everything. It should be appreciated. for what it is. So I just wanted to just expound on that because I wanted y'all to catch on. There's a reason that at 5 kids, one of them could have cerebral palsy, but one of them could be crippled. There's a reason why there's 5 kids, because the other 4 are supposed to appreciate the fact that they ain't the one, and they supposed to take care of that one, not be embarrassed by that one, not be ashamed of that one, but be glad that they ain't. Spend their time trying to make that one feel like someone, not be ashamed. Because that could have been you. You could have been the one blind. You could have been the one whose legs don't. That could have been you. So you should glorify the one and help them have the best life they can have. But they were the one that took the bullet, not you. Not a burden. You take them somewhere and they go, yeah, and you embarrassed. Somebody say something, you tell them. You don't have these problems. So shut up. Go do what you were doing. I'm trying to read over here. He keep going. Yeah. Well, so what? He can't read, but you can. Enjoy your reading. He's not going to be able to drive a car, but you can. Be appreciative. Stand up for that person. Don't let nobody make fun of them. Glorify them. Because guess what? There was a 1 out of 5 chance that you would have been in. So be glad you wasn't. And show your appreciation by taking care of the one. Let's keep moving. Most heartbreaking of all is the suffering of a child. I just talked about children. Isn't it amazing how I do this, y'all? I'm sorry. It's got to be amazing. Children are as close to innocence as we ever see in this world. And for them to suffer is truly tragic. Sometimes innocent children suffer because of the sin of others, neglect, abuse, drunk driving, etc. In those cases, we can definitely say that the suffering is a result of personal sin, just not theirs. And we learn a lesson that our sin always affects others around us. Other times, innocent children suffer because of what some might call acts of God, natural disasters, accidents, childhood cancer, etc. Even in those cases, we can say that the suffering is the result of sin, generally speaking, because we live in a sinful world. I don't read these in advance. I just covered that. Isn't it amazing? Huh? The good news is that God did not leave us here to suffer pointlessly. Yes, the innocent suffer. See Job 1 and 2. But God can redeem that suffering. Our loving and merciful God has a perfect plan to use that suffering to accomplish his threefold purpose. First, he uses pain and suffering to draw us to himself so that we will cling to him. Jesus said, in this world you will have trouble. Trials and distresses are not something unusual in life. They are part of what it means to be human in a fallen world. In Christ, we have an anchor that holds fast all the storms of life. But if we never sail into those storms, how would we know that? It is in times of despair and sorrow that we reach out to him. And if we are his children, we will always find him there waiting, comfort, and uphold us through it all. In this way, God proves his faithfulness to us and ensures that we will stay close to him. An added benefit is that as we experience God's comfort through trials, we are then able to comfort others in the same way. Second, he proves to us that our faith is real through the suffering and pain that are inevitable in this life. How we respond to suffering, especially when we are innocent of wrongdoing, is determined by the genuineness of our faith. Those with faith in Jesus, the pioneer and perfecter of faith, will not be crushed by suffering, but will come through the trial with their faith intact, having been tested by fire, so that it may be found to result in praise and glory and honor at the revelation of Jesus Christ. The faithful do not shake their fist at God or question his goodness. Rather, they consider it pure joy, knowing that the trials prove that they are truly the children of God. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. Finally, God used the suffering to take our eyes off this world and turn them to the next. The Bible continually exhorts us not to get caught up in the things of this world, but to look forward to the world to come. The innocent suffer in this world, but this world and all that is in it will pass away. The kingdom of God is eternal. Jesus said, "My kingdom is not of this world," and those who follow him do not see the things of this life, good or bad, as the end of the story. Even though the sufferings we endure, as terrible as they can be, are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in all of us. Could God prevent all suffering? Of course he could. But he assures us that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them that are called according to his purpose. Suffering, even the suffering of the innocent, is part of all things that God is using to accomplish his good purposes. Ultimately, his plan is perfect, his character is flawless, and those who trust him will not be disappointed. Amen. Anybody have any questions? Anybody have any questions? Tony says, my grandma had 13 children. One had polio. She couldn't talk or walk, and we loved her the same. Naya said, that's sweet. Tony said, my grandma is 100. I hope to make 100. I don't think so, but I hope. I'll take every day as it comes. Every day I wake up is a blessing. Every day that I wake up, I've died 5 times and came back to life. I'm still here, kicking and punching. I take every day as it is. Every day is a good day, even if it's a bad day. You know why? I'm still here to see it. No matter what happens, I'm still here to see it. I consider myself lucky. John Lee says, me TBD. My sister said she's going to outlive us all. So far, it's true. Well, you know, a lot of people say that. That's a saying that I heard. And unfortunately, everybody that said that and already fell. I'm being honest. Everybody I heard say that, they fell off. But I admire their will to live. I admire it. And I have that will. Because it's easy to just lay down. It's easy to lay down. Saying how I've gotten back up. Yeah, sometimes during the show, y'all will see me go lay down for a second. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, I fell asleep on the show. Luckily, y'all was watching something. I actually fell asleep. I fell asleep yesterday during the March on Washington. I actually fell asleep. But got right back up and we continued on. I think we screened for but we did 6 hours the first time. I think we did 4 hours the second time. So still. Tony says you need to rest, be night off. But actually, how long we been here? 3 hours, 39 minutes. All right, let's look at the CV, and then I got a couple of articles, and we'll get out of here. Let's look at the CV and the place to be. We had 6,139,078 cases. We got 186,855 deaths. You look at that right now, right here. Closed cases. Cases that had an outcome. 3,595,654. Cases that had an outcome. 3,408,799 people have recovered. 95%. Died. 186,855. 5%. So we got a 5% death mortality. So we have to go to yesterday. California had a pretty good day. They only picked up 3,863. They lost 67 people. California has 700,000 cases. Y'all believe that? One state has 700,000 cases. There are countries that don't have 700,000. Okay? Texas, 635,898. They lost 4,700. They picked up, 4,780 new cases. They lost 121 people in Texas today. They lost 121 people. Florida. Whew. Florida picked up 3,197. They lost 148 people today. New York picked up 680 cases. They lost 7 people today. Georgia, sweet Georgia on my mind. Georgia picked up 2,386 cases. They lost 105 people in Georgia today. Y'all don't believe me when I say it, but I'm telling you. Before the end of September, Georgia is going to catch New York. They less than 2,000 away. Illinois, 1,880 new cases. They lost 11 people today. Arizona picked up 629. They lost 29 of them today. New Jersey, the old number 2, they picked up 236 cases. They lost 4 people today. North Carolina picked up 2,221 new cases. They lost 24. North Carolina is going to overtake New Jersey. Watch. They are 31,000 off. They keep going 2,000 a day, they're going to catch New Jersey. Tennessee, 1,465. They lost 24 people also. No stats for Louisiana. Pennsylvania, they picked up 752, lost 18. Massachusetts picked up 446. They lost 12. Alabama is coming. It's coming for Massachusetts. They picked up 1,704 and lost 45. Ohio picked up 1,210 cases. They lost 20 people. Virginia picked up 1,217 cases. They lost 18. South Carolina picked up 1,298 cases. They lost 43. Michigan, what up though? They picked up 839 new cases and lost 33. Maryland, my sweet state of Maryland, 630 new cases today. We lost 10 people, and thank God I'm not one of them. Indiana, ooh-wee, they picked up 1,121. They lost 8. Missouri, they picked up 231 and lost 7. Mississippi, M-I, a crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, humpback, I. They picked up 735 cases a day and lost 14. Washington State, 367, no deaths. Wisconsin, 819, they lost 6. Minnesota, 1,017, they lost 4. Nevada, 609, they lost 15. Iowa, 1,081, they lost 12. Arkansas, 795, they lost 16. Oklahoma, 1,093, they lost 11. Colorado, 268, they lost 7. No stats for Connecticut. Utah, 458, no deaths. Kentucky, 820, 3 deaths. Kansas, 216, 7 deaths. Nebraska, 317, no deaths. Idaho, 293, 5 deaths. Oregon, 239, 7 deaths. New Mexico, 136, 2 deaths. Rhode Island, no stats. Delaware, 266, no deaths. District of Columbia, 74, no deaths. South Dakota, 425, 2 deaths. North Dakota, 374, 2 deaths. West Virginia, 143, 10 deaths. Hawaii, 309, 3 deaths. Montana, 188, 4 deaths. New Hampshire, 30, no deaths. Alaska, 90, no deaths. Maine, 53, no deaths. Wyoming, 21, no deaths. Vermont, 16, no deaths. No stats for Guam. Mariana Islands, 2 no deaths. Puerto Rico, 562, 4 deaths. Virgin Islands, 43, no deaths. No stats for the military. Veteran Affairs, 158, 66 deaths. 41 new cases for the federal prison, no deaths. So for the whole country, total cases, 6,139,078. We picked up 42,843 cases in the state today. Well, yesterday. We're in a new day now, but yesterday. Total deaths, 186,855. We lost 954 people in the United States today. We lost 954 people in the United States today. But they say that we doing all right. Republicans say we doing all right. What do y'all think? Republicans say that we doing all right. Chun Li says negative, thank God. Naya says yes, Chun Li, be safe. All right, y'all, we got a couple articles here, then I'm gonna let y'all go. Appreciate y'all hanging with me and figuring out where did I put them. Did I put them with Liz? All right, let's go check out Miss Kamala Harris.
Oh, well.
See this place right here? I called them, they hung up the phone on me.
On the eve of the 57th March on Washington, I will speak about the recent events in Kenosha, Wisconsin, the wildfires raging across the California coast, the Rocky Mountains, the storm, which is working its way through Texas, Louisiana, and the Gulf Coast, and most of all, about who we are as a country. We are a nation that at its best loves, protects, and helps our fellow Americans.
This ain't cold no more.
Today, we see pain, hurt, and destruction in the ashes of wildfires and the damage of Hurricane Laura. We encourage everyone to continue following guidance from your local authorities. Stay safe. And Joe and I pledge to be there for those whose lives have been turned upside down, those who will need help from neighbors, strangers, and our government to make it through, to build back, to restore your lives and your community. We also see pain, hurt, and destruction in the aftermath of yet another Black man shot by police. Jacob Blake, shot 7 times in the back in broad daylight in front of his 3 young sons. 7 times in the back in broad daylight in front of his 3 young sons. As Vice President Biden put it, the shots fired at Mr. Blake pierced the soul of our nation. It's sickening to watch. It's all too familiar. And it must end. Thankfully, he is alive today, but he is fighting for his life, and he shouldn't have to be. My heart goes out to the Blake family as they endure an ordeal that is tragically common in our country. Joe and I spoke with them yesterday. They are an amazing group of people with extraordinary courage. Even in their pain and their grief, even as they seek justice for their son, they spoke about the need to end the violence and heal our nation. I've had conversations like this with far too many mothers and fathers, but you will hear no one with more courage, more character, and more moral clarity. People are rightfully angry and exhausted. And after the murders of Breonna and George and Ahmaud and so many others, it's no wonder people are taken to the streets. And I support them. We must always defend peaceful protest and peaceful protesters. We should not confuse them with those looting and committing acts of violence, including the shooter who was arrested for murder. And make no mistake, we will not let these vigilantes and extremists derail the path to justice. Here's my promise, those mothers and fathers and all who stand with them. In a Biden-Harris administration, you will have a seat at the table, in the halls of Congress and in the White House. We all grew up reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, but now we must give real meaning to its words. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, that was Kamala Harris.
Are you ready at home? Here.
That was Kamala Harris. Alrighty, y'all, that could be our next vice president of the United States. Thought I would bring it to you for those of you that don't watch that stuff. Y'all should know. I was thinking, the power bank that Nonlight by Kaz gave us, the Halo, I had that attached to the 10-foot USB cord that's powering the camera for the outside. It got down to 1 dot. So I had another power bank charging, and it was fully charged, so I went on and switched them. I did that. Davey went to the bathroom, so I lit an incense. Yeah, that. And I also I had the scooter battery plugged up, and I took it down because it's charged now, and I put the Halo over there on that socket. So that's what I was doing, running around, getting work done. Before we get to the next article, I want y'all to remember something that maybe y'all don't care about, but Chun-Li could tell you that I sent her those 3 links, and I sent them in succession. Well, how could you send them in succession? Didn't you read them? No, I didn't. That's how I was able to send them in succession. But I just found it amazing how I stopped and went with what the Spirit told me to say. And then we went and read, and it said the same thing that I said. Don't y'all find it amazing? Because it happens time after time. And like I say, Chun-Li is here, and she has to hang out. She can go look at the times. There's no way I read all them articles and sent them to her that quick. And she knew that I was looking for something as we were chatting on the Hangouts. There's no way I read all them long articles. Don't you find it amazing that they always back up what I say? Technically, we don't even need to use them. But I do it because I like the challenge. Will it match what I say? When somebody come over here, oh, you're a fake preacher, you're a fake minister, or whatever. But what I say, does that match what who you say is real? Does it match? I think what I say, you can relate with better than what I read to. Because I automatically break it down so that you understand fully. I was even able to take the case of a child because my sister did have a child. She lived to be 24 years old. Had cerebral palsy. I told you about what I knew. I didn't tell you what somebody else told me. I didn't tell you what I felt. I didn't tell you what I think. I told you what I know. And it got matched. I just wanted to point that out. I just wanted to point that out to all those that want to say fake this, fake that. Somebody fake be this genuine. Let's get on to our next article.
Were you set?
Got a commercial.
Back live now to Wisconsin, where Jacob Blake's family is. Let's listen.
And since we're doing things our way today, I'm an artist, so I'm gonna share some of my work with y'all. And I wrote this piece just for today. I ain't memorized it yet, so.
What's the bigger problem?
This piece is called Allow Me to Introduce Myself. I am the keeper. I will not sleep, and I don't need to eat.
Raise them up high!
My belly is full with my ancestors' pain.
Yes, sir!
I am the keeper. Now watch me. I'll say that line again. I am the keeper. Now watch me reign. Hear my roar. I am the keeper. I don't scare easily. I'm pulling up to your door.
Come on!
I am the keeper
Don't pay them no mind.
of all the brothers and sisters here and abroad.
Yes, sir!
I am the keeper, and I can smell your fraud. I am the keeper with the soul of a giant and a heart like a lion. I am the keeper with the fist of Tyson and the feet of Muhammad. A mind of Maya and a courage like Angela. I cannot lose. I am the keeper, and I won't accept your abuse. With a face of stone and mighty warrior bones, and trust I'm never alone. I am the keeper. With snakes for hair, I make all men tremble with fear. I am the keeper, and I will not die. For 400 years you have tried. With the vision of Harriet, I'll lead you on. I am the keeper, the judge, the reaper.
Give it up for my niece, Jake Blake's little Jake's sister, who's not crying, hide.
The heck? What's going on with the CNN?
Okay, so obviously we are having some technical difficulties there. We were just listening
Okay.
to Jacob
That
Blake's
was CNN with
sister
me.
speaking to the crowd on the ground in Kenosha, Wisconsin. A large crowd that's gathered there. Let's go to Sarah Sider, who's among the crowd in Kenosha. And Sarah, what is the emotion like there on the ground right now?
There's a lot of enthusiasm, if you will. There was a lot of chanting just a moment ago telling people to get out to vote. There was a lot of folks who are listening to the sister, one of the sisters of Jacob Blake, who stood and read a poem to the crowd in which they cheered. We also have seen just a moment ago the Lieutenant Governor Barnes, who is here and is expected to speak on the stage there. We have heard from Justin Blake, the uncle of Jacob Blake here, imploring people to take part in their civic duty of voting as well, talking about leadership and why it's so important. There's also a talking about challenging law enforcement, and you're hearing that right now. They're saying that law enforcement has to change its policies, and they're saying that the legislators need to change policies and how policing happens in this country. There are so many details that are
Alrighty.
what
I'm
happened.
bored. You're boring me. Stop it. She's boring me. All right. Now, y'all say we always go to CNN. Now we going to Fox. Let's get it. Let's hear what they got to say over there. Come on with it. You know they got something to say. Come on, Fox. You know they got something to say. White House responds to Jacob shooting. Finally.
Staff Mark Meadows, he's on the north lawn of the White House. Chief Meadows, good to talk to you. First of all, let me get you to respond to what we see down there on the National Mall with that March on Washington. There's been some criticism of the president during the day. Your response to that?
Well, I mean, obviously the Constitution allows us to peacefully assemble, and so when it's a peaceful protest, that's something that our Constitution protects, is something that we can all support, whether we agree with the message or not. You know, what we saw on the streets of Washington, D.C. last night was not necessarily a peaceful protest. In fact, there were people in harm's way, and that takes away from the ultimate message. So is this a political message? Perhaps. Is it also one that we need to make sure that we protect those constitutional freedoms? Absolutely. But what we don't need to do is condone what's happening in communities across the country.
Here it comes.
When we start to see the burning and the looting and the rioting that goes on, that is certainly not what was indicative of a speech that happened over 50 years ago in this same place, and certainly not something that the president supports. So the president's been the only one. You know, they're here in Washington, D.C. I will say that the president has been the only one in Washington, D.C. that's actually acted on police reform. He signed an executive order when Senator Tim Scott put forth his bill. He was condemned by some of his Senate colleagues, Senator Durbin to be specific, and yet there can't seem to be a compromise on Capitol Hill, but the president's going to act to make sure that not only that we have safe communities, but that we have the tools to make sure that we hold people accountable.
I want to ask you more about that in just a second. But first of all, to last night, there's been a lot of criticism of the president holding the big acceptance speech there on the south lawn of the White House. because the president is not subject to the Hatch Act. It wasn't illegal per se, but there are questions as to whether or not it was the right thing to do to use the White House as that backdrop. What do you say?
Well, I can tell you that all the criticism that comes out against this president is from the normal suspects, John. Let's face it. There was not a single federal dollar that was spent on the convention last night. It was paid for by the political campaign.
All right, see, this is what you need to see. This is why I don't like to use Fox News. Look at the top of your screen. What does the top of your screen say? White House responds to Jacob Blake shooting. They haven't said nothing about the fact that a police officer that had the man by the shirt that could have just pulled him out the car, and that he had 5 or 6 other officers there, and they could have tackled that man to the ground, that man shot him in his back 7 thinking times while his kids was right there in the back seat watching. He ain't said nothing about that. Instead, what did he say? He talking about somebody looting. This is what I'm talking about. They've already rationalized that that black man deserve it, and he ain't nothing but a piece of cow dung. Food on him, food on the kids, to sit there and watch their father get shot like a low down, dirty dog. He ain't mentioned not one thing about that. But he worrying about the daggone looters. And this is the problem with these nerdy white folk. They're so damn scared. Yeah, and they're in D.C. and yeah, they loot, and they might come on my block and do something. So it's okay. You just said that the president supports the police. So he support them killing these black men for no reason. And you don't want to focus on getting the police straight. You want to focus on the looters. Whatever they loot can be repaired. That man not going to be able to walk again. How you going to give him that back? How you going to bring George Floyd back? But they can fix the buildings that the looters destroyed. You know, that's why people say, you always say him. All right, good night, dear. I'm not gonna be on too much longer. They worrying about the daggone looting, and ain't worrying about the cop shooting. The 2 people that got murdered. They got shot by a white person. A white person walking around. Some kind of rifle. And it's more like I don't think it's an AK-47, but it's some kind of machine gun. Why is a 17-year-old walking around with a machine gun? And Reggie was there on the ground, and he was showing all these white people, most of them young, walking around with guns bigger than they are. And you ain't heard not one thing about that. Why didn't the White House Chief of Staff address that? Why is a 17-year-old walking around? Why were there so many white people there with guns? If you have to carry a gun, you so scared, why are you even there? What did you go for? I'm just asking the question. When the military came in and made the move, why you didn't use your gun? Oh no, because they got guns too. No, we're not going to do nothing to them. We'll just move along. I'll just shoot somebody that don't have a gun and feel like a man. And then run and had to be extradited back to Wisconsin to face charges. How's that manly? Why are you not addressing that, sir? Why are you not addressing that? And the daggone looters. He's talking about he's going to sign an order. When is he going to send somebody to find out what's going on in these police departments? And these cops are so scared that they just go all willy-nilly and just start shooting. But they're afraid the big black man going to kill them. They shouldn't have a job. They shouldn't have a job. Why aren't you talking about the Breonna Taylor case? Why they ain't talking about it? What the heck is a no-knock warrant? If you kick somebody's door in, according to what you believe in, if somebody kick your door in, you should be able to shoot. Why was that man arrested? Somebody kicked his door in. He had every right to shoot at that door. They didn't announce themselves as the police. Police ain't no better than nobody else. They work for us. But if a civilian has no right to kick your door in and not announce themselves, why do the police have the right? See, you won't talk about the real stuff because you gotta take a look at yourself, and you don't want to do that. That's why we don't play Fox News crap. This says responds to the Jacob Blake shooting. Then gone from that to his speech. But look at what it's titled to make you click it. Yeah, White House is finally gonna speak on Jacob. He didn't say nothing about Jacob Blake. Nothing. He didn't say nothing about them. Somebody tell me I'm wrong. He said nothing about Jacob Blake. Nothing about what the cop did. He worrying about the daggone rioters. All right, check out this last link here, y'all. This is the Young Turks. So go ahead and start getting ready to morning grown, y'all. Turn the volume down. They always loud.
After the shooting of Jacob Blake in close range, in the back, several times, the Wisconsin Department of Justice has released new information on what allegedly led to Blake getting shot several times in close range, in his back, as he was entering his own vehicle. Now, before I get to those details, let me just note that we've also learned that Blake is still in the hospital. He is suffering from very serious injuries, although he is expected to survive. He's been handcuffed to his hospital bed, and his father, Jacob Blake, told the press the following: "I hate it that he was laying in that bed with the handcuff onto the bed. He can't go anywhere. Why do you have him cuffed to the bed?" So that was his statement. But we are learning more about this investigation that's being done by the Wisconsin Department of Justice. So according to CNN, the incident began when a woman called police saying her husband was present and was not supposed to be on the premises. In a police call, dispatcher names Blake and says, quote, "He isn't supposed to be there," and that he took the complainant's keys and refused to leave. The dispatcher later explained she doesn't have more details because the caller was uncooperative, okay? So the earlier reports in this story, and I want to be clear, there clearly is a 911 call. She called the police, right? So there's evidence of that. But earlier reports relied heavily on what witnesses saw. And witnesses had said that Jacob Blake was there to break up some sort of dispute between two women. Now, according to what we've learned recently, officers arrived on the scene and attempted to arrest Blake and used a taser in a failed attempt to stop him, the DCI said. Blake walked around his vehicle, opened the driver's side door, and leaned forward, the agency said. Now, remember, according to the witness who filmed the incident, there were 6 or 7 women shouting at each other on the sidewalk, and that Blake did not say anything to the women. So We don't know anything about the other women who were involved on the scene based on what witnesses said. This statement by the Wisconsin Department of Justice doesn't clarify anything about that, doesn't give us any information about it. But let me give you more about what we've learned. Kenosha police officer Rustin Shesky, who has been with the department for 7 years, then fired 7 times into Blake's back, the agency said. No other officer fired their weapon. The agency said Blake admitted he had a knife in his possession, and law enforcement agents said they recovered a knife from the driver's side floorboard of Blake's vehicle. Now, again, I want to go back to what the witness testimony was. The individual who filmed the shooting had told reporters that the cops were telling him to drop his knife, before he got anywhere near his vehicle, but that he didn't see Blake with a knife. Now, there's also an issue with the fact that the Kenosha Police Department does not require its officers to wear body cameras. And I think that that's a problem here because we would obviously need that footage in order to have some actual evidence, some surveillance of what actually happened in the lead up to the shooting. But the explanation from the Wisconsin Department of Justice does not answer several critical questions. For instance, the DCI does not indicate why police moved to arrest Blake. We don't know why they wanted to arrest him, whether Blake brandished or threatened to use the knife, or why Shesky shot so many times into Blake's back. And it does not mention his children in the vehicle or other family members standing feet away. So I mention that because we still have many questions. And based on what we know so far, I still don't see a justification for shooting a man several times in close range in his back. So Ben, I wanted to get your thoughts on what we've learned, what these updates are so far.
It's a lot of information and it's a lot of details that can't quite be corroborated, like you said, because they did not have their body cameras on. And so it really boils down to what people can see in the video from across the street. And for as far as I can see, I didn't see a knife. But that says a lot, right? They found the knife in the vehicle, but they were yelling, "Drop the knife, drop the knife." And it just kind of reminds me of so many scenarios we have with police officers where they say, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." They preemptively say things that they could later use in some type of prosecution against that individual. But all in all, no matter what they have added up to with these details, I have yet to see anything that suggests that this man was a threat to that officer's life such that he would fire 7 times.
Right, exactly. And so that's really the distinction that's important to keep in mind here, because the only time a cop is supposed to open fire is if his life is in jeopardy, if the suspect poses some sort of imminent threat to that individual, right? So we saw the video, we saw Blake attempt to calmly enter his vehicle, and we saw that didn't pose a threat to the police official, and the police official shot him in his back. In fact, we learned a little more about the injuries that Jacob Blake is suffering, including multiple injuries in the shooting, like a gunshot wound to one arm, and he had damage to his kidney, liver, and spinal cord. Currently, he's paralyzed from the waist down. The doctors are unsure whether or not his paralysis is permanent. His family is hopeful that he'll make a full recovery, and honestly, I hope he does make a full recovery, and I want to hear from Jacob Blake. So far, we haven't been able to hear from him because he's been dealing with surgeries. He's probably under a pain medication, so we haven't been able to get a statement from him. We can just basically go off of what we saw with our own eyes, and I'm always a little cautious in believing narrative coming from the police officers involved, right? Because of course they have an interest in trying to protect themselves and defend the actions they took. But it's important to cover this story fairly and give you both sides and tell you what this investigation has found. But again, they haven't answered a lot of questions, including did Jacob Blake have a knife in his hand? Was he threatening the officer with the knife? Was he posing any type of imminent threat? Those questions have not been answered yet.
Thanks for watching The Young Truth. Really appreciate it.
You wait till I pick up something.
Support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more.
Alrighty, y'all. Hopefully we'll find out, like Naya said, what are the charges? We don't know. And they ain't trying to let us know nothing. they running around now, but they know they're in trouble. But they're gonna try and stick with the knife thing. If you got the guy by the shirt, why you don't pull him? You know. You call the other officers. Even let's say that he did have a knife. You have to be able to stab somebody. That means you got to be able to move. Why didn't the cops converge on him and drag him out the vehicle? How did he get to the vehicle? If they were tasing him, this shows the training not being good of the cops. The same way with Rayshard Brooks. How did Rayshard Brooks do all that stuff if you got 2 trained officers? It's 2-1. There, it was 6-1. And yet you claim the only thing you can do with this man was shoot him 7 times in his back. Man said he had a knife. Why you didn't take him down? How did he get to the car? How did he get the car door open? If you trying to arrest this suspect, why are you so far from him that he can make it to his car? These are questions I want answered. But you know, they're going to take their time and hope something else happens and we forget about this. The same way people in kind of forgot about Rayshard Brooks, the same way people in kind of forgot about Ahmaud Arbery, you know. Dan faded from the media, so now nobody not paying it no mind. Y'all know how it go. Same old, same old. I hope y'all enjoyed the show today. Sorry I came on so late. But I hope I entertained y'all, and I hope that y'all learned something today. It's 2:21 a.m. here. So let me get ready to get out of here. I appreciate y'all to watch. Don't know what it means. Keep in mind, it's not what you go through. It's how you come through it. It's not what problem you have. It's how do you solve it. I'm going to go look at this application for this MTA mobility. And I hope it's not a hard one. But I'm going to wait till tomorrow. I'm going to look at it tonight, but I'm going to wait till tomorrow. I'm going to fill it out. And then Monday or Tuesday, we're going to run it up to the doctors. If it don't rain on Monday, we'll try to go Monday. And we'll get that in the works. 'Cause that's a blessing right there. If I can get that program, that'll be a blessing right there. That'd be blessing number 1. Blessing number 2 is I'm gonna go look see if I can find the extended battery in the prices I've been quoting. So y'all have a great night. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm dead tired, and you see, I still got the spirit flowing through. I still got the light. I want y'all to have that light. That's why we come here every Wednesday, Saturday. I want you to have that light. Don't let life can't beat you. Only you can beat you. Life can't beat you. Only you. that in mind, as some of y'all are going to go to church tomorrow. We might do a little sermon tomorrow, but we got to get it in on Saturday. Did that. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Like it says, good night, rest well, gang. Everybody rest well. And as Naya would say, see you soon. As I say, see you later. Thanks to Chung Lee, Echelon, Tony. I think Liz was here till she tapped out. Naya, everybody. Y'all have a great night, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Peace, everybody.